Okay, I will call the Thursday, November 14th council meeting to order, and today is for the purposes of hearing the operating budget. And I will begin with the land acknowledgement that the city of Fort Saskatchewan is located on Treaty 6 territory and Métis Nation of Alberta District 11. We recognize that we stand upon the land that carries the footsteps of many Indigenous peoples, including the Nihilwak, Dene, Blackfoot, Saulteaux, Nakota Sioux, and Métis. And the city honors the First Peoples of the land and is committed to fostering reconciliation through relationship building and knowledge gathering and education. Thank you. So with that, I will go to Janelle Smith-Dogood, who will do an introduction.
Thank you, Your Worship. Welcome to Budget 2025 Deliberations. My name is Janelle Smith-Dogood, and I am the Deputy City Manager of Infrastructure and Planning with the City. I'd like to start by saying thank you to all of the staff who have contributed to the 2025 budget, especially the finance team. Budget is the primary implementation tool to make the city's goals and strategic initiatives a reality. The recommendations that are before you are the result of many hours of consideration and scrutiny from multiple individuals within different departments. The items within your budget package reflect administration's recommendations to advance the city and to meet the community's current and future needs. I'd also like to thank the members of council for your work through the budget process. Especially this year, you are asked to make the hard decisions that will guide the city's future. The 2025 budget is the fourth and final budget that will be deliberated by this council, and we appreciate your commitment and willingness to serve the greater community over the past 4 years. The city is a complex entity committed to meeting a variety of service needs for a diverse group of people. As a municipal organization, we are stewards of public funds, and strategic planning helps to ensure the courses we set are well thought out and achievable. Many of the recommendations within the 2025 budget are reflections of higher-level strategic plans. The city consists of 14 departments and over 150 programs. This year, many departments undertook comprehensive program reviews. This work was done to ensure all city expenses and revenues are appropriately attributed to the different programs. Changes from the program reviews are reflected in the notes for the individual departments. Furthermore, departments regularly review the budget against actual spending. As part of this process, many departments identified that inflation has hit their operations. The 2025 budget includes budgetary increases to address the impacts of inflation. Council is responsible for reviewing and/or approving 4 distinct budget elements. The 2025 capital budget and 10-year capital plan were presented in October. The operating budget and 3-year operating financial plan forecast are before you today and will be presented over 4 days in November if needed. There are some high-level considerations that are having a large impact on this year's budget. These considerations include major capital projects that are scheduled within the next few years. For example, this spring, 70% of survey respondents indicated they are supportive of a new aquatic facility. The 2025 budget includes funding to prepare for the capital and operating impacts of a new pool. The inflationary environment is cooling but is still a factor. We are seeing the impacts of inflation throughout the city, specifically with fuel, utilities, contracted services, and equipment. The city's population growth is linked to industrial development in the heartland, and with recent announcements, we are seeing an increase in population growth. This growth creates a lot of opportunity for the city, but also puts pressure on existing services. And finally, additional investment is needed if the city wants to keep up. Growth plans have been created for some of our major operational areas. The goals within these plans is to proactively prepare for growth instead of reactively respond to challenges. The plans are designed so that if council wants to grow, you have a roadmap of how to do so. The 2025 budget is recommending a significant property tax increase of 11.28%, which is considerably more than most years. Over the past 9 years, property tax increases have averaged around 1.6% for residential and 1% for non-residential. To date, the tax rates have been well below inflation when we compare against the Consumer Price Index. With the recommended significant tax increase this year, the tax increase over the past 10 years is still below inflation, but the difference is considerably reduced. This year's tax increase is a combination of city initiatives as well as external factors beyond our control. Of the 11.28% property tax increase, nearly half is made up of external factors. This includes approximately $2 million in inflationary increases, $1.5 million in anticipated lost revenue from changes to the provincial ATE program, and $1.4 million in other external forces, which includes such things as RCMP costs per member increases, WCB premium increases, vested sick leave liability, as recommended by the auditor, among others. The other half is made up of city initiatives, which includes approximately $1.6 million from previous commitments, such as the previously approved positions and the operating costs from previously approved capital projects. The budget also includes nearly $1.4 million to design and smooth the future operating impacts of the pool. The remaining $2.7 million includes other city initiatives as detailed in your budget packages. The budget process has been divided into 4 days, with the first 2 days dedicated to presentations from the different departments. We encourage Council to listen to all presentations before making any final decisions and to use the flagging process which Mr. Eamon will describe. Administration has prepared strategies to reduce the budget increase, which will be shared with Council through the flagging process following all of the presentations. With that, I will turn things over to the City's Chief Financial Officer, Jeremy Eamon.
Great. Thank you very much, Janelle. Take this one. Welcome, Jeremy.
Thank you, Ms. Smith-Duguid, and good morning, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Jeremy Eamon, Chief Financial Officer, and joining me today is Shannon Andruko, Manager, Budget and Financial Planning. I'm here to present Council with an overview of the proposed 2025 operating budget. In my presentation, I'll expand on Ms. Smith-Duguid's opening comments, highlight some key changes within the budget, and help prepare you for what to expect over the course of the budget meetings. I as well would like to take this opportunity to thank administration and staff for their considerable efforts in preparing the budget document for these meetings. So to begin, I'll go over the budget timeline. Similar to the capital budget meetings in October, the operating budget meetings have been structured so that Council can hear the proposed operating budget in its entirety before commencing budget deliberations. The 2025 operating budget presentations are scheduled for November 14th and 18th, with Council deliberations to follow on November 21st and 28th as needed. And please note, Council deliberations may include items from either the proposed 2025 operating budget or the 2025 capital budget. All meetings will be held in Council chambers from 9 a.m. until 4 p.m. with a break for lunch, and other breaks will be called as needed. The presentations will include time given to each director to present their departmental operating budgets, and for Council to ask clarifying questions and receive further information as needed. As well, on the morning of November 18th, Day 2, Council will hear community presentations, starting with the Heartland Housing Foundation, followed by the Fort Saskatchewan Public Library. Budget deliberations typically close on either Day 3 or Day 4, with Council addressing items that were flagged during the budget presentations, along with any final questions. As for formal budget approvals, according to the Municipal Government Act, Council must approve an operating and a capital budget each year. as well as prepare and adopt written 3-year operating financial plan forecasts and 5-year capital plans as minimum. Therefore, at the December 10th regular council meeting, council is scheduled to approve the 2025 operating and capital budgets, along with the 2025 user fees, rates, and charges bylaw, and the 2025 Fort Saskatchewan Public Library appropriation. Also on December 10th, council is scheduled to adopt the 3-year operating financial plan forecast for years 2026 through 2028, and the 10-year capital plan covering years 2025 through 2034. At the May 10th, 2025 regular council meeting, council is scheduled to approve the 2025 property tax bylaw, which sets the property tax rates for next year, coinciding with council's approval of the 2025 spring operating budget as adjusted. In accordance with the city's budget policy, council is scheduled to perform a second review of the 10-year capital plan with updates in June of next year. And again, as a reminder, we will be following the flagged items and questions process during these budget meetings. The process allows council to receive the entire budget presentation and further information if needed prior to commencing budget deliberations. It also allows other members of council to be aware of the flagged items and or potential motions that may come forward during the deliberations, and administration the time to prepare further information as needed. At the conclusion of each budget presentation, council may ask administration clarifying questions. These do not require council consensus or a vote. These could include questions that can be readily answered by administration, or if the information is readily available, can be brought back to council in a short period of time as information requests. If the information is not readily available, or if a considerable amount of work is required, the city manager will advise council of potential options and a timeline for when the information can be brought back. Should a council member wish to flag an item for later discussion, the mayor will determine if there is unanimous consent. If unanimous consent is given, then the item will be considered flagged. If the item does not have consensus, or if a vote is requested by a council member, a vote will be held, and if the item receives a majority of votes, then the item will be considered flagged. Council members wishing to put forward a motion during the presentations that is not specific to a presented or a flagged item should give notice of motion, which would then be addressed later during the budget deliberations. Flagged items will come back to council after the operating budget presentations have concluded, which will most likely be on either day 3 or day 4. Administration will keep a record of all flagged items and information requests and will reconfirm them with council as necessary. And just a reminder, there is one flagged item that came forward from the capital budget meetings, and that is the aquatics facility. In accordance with the operating and capital budgets policy, FIN 24-C, the city prepares a program-based operating budget. Unlike traditional line item budgets, a program-based budget clearly shows the wide-ranging services that the city provides, along with the associated costs of providing those services. The result is improved budget transparency, providing more meaningful information to both council and the public, making the budget more relevant and relatable. Program-based budgets are structured by service areas, making discussions about public services more meaningful than simply focusing on individual costs, such as salaries or contracted services. The city manages 172 unique programs that include services ranging from snow removal and curbside waste pickup to recreational programming and transit. Also, PBB provides more meaningful costing information, since each program within the budget includes costing information inclusive of personnel and non-personnel costs, along with associated revenues. Program-based budgeting aids discussion and helps inform decisions surrounding the city's financial priorities by providing a clear picture of how the city allocates resources to the many services that support the community. Next, I'll outline how the departmental operating budget presentations will proceed. Each presentation will follow a consistent format with an emphasis on programs and program delivery. After brief introductions, directors will speak to their respective programs we manage, referencing their section within the budget document. Highlights of significant proposed adjustments for 2025 will be presented. These adjustments may include changes to their base operating budget revenues and or expenses, resulting from budget reallocations, efficiencies, savings, and or cost increases identified. Directors may also present proposed service level changes and or highlight some key initiatives within their department business plans. For departments with 2025 operating budget recommendations, directors will present them next for council's review and consideration. And following this, directors will present their proposed 2025 user fees and charges as applicable. All new, revised, or canceled user fees and charges will be presented. In addition, directors will highlight the key factors and review processes they followed for updating their 2025 user fees and charges in accordance with the user fees and charges policy and procedures. At the conclusion of each department's presentation, directors will respond to any questions of council. And one final note, in addition to the department budget presentations, council will hear separate presentations from administration for community grants and programs and financial reserves. So next, I'll provide a high-level summary of the proposed changes to the 2025 operating budget over last year. The charts shown include both city operations and utilities, and all figures are expressed in millions of dollars. The proposed 2025 operating budget consists of total budgeted revenues and expenses of approximately $102.8 million, inclusive of the new tax revenue requirement. This represents a net increase of $8.1 million over the 2025 base budget. The base budget equals the 2024 approved budget after one-time items have been removed. And for more information on how the base budget is determined, please refer to the line item budgets shown in the appendix, section 22. Proposed changes from the base budget are captured in 17 operating budget recommendations that will be presented to council over the course of the budget meetings, along with budget adjustments that are described within the notes section of each department's budget. The operating budget recommendations are summarized by department and are categorized as either one-time or ongoing on page 3-23. Highlights of the proposed changes to city revenues in the left-hand chart include a new tax revenue requirement of approximately $6.5 million, estimated tax assessment growth of $800,000. This is the anticipated increase in property tax revenue due to growth in the residential and non-residential property assessments. An increase in revenue from utility user rates of $1.7 million, which is needed to offset increased utility operating costs and reserve transfers. A drop in fines and penalties revenue of approximately $2.2 million. This is due to the anticipated changes to provincial fine regulations, resulting in decreased automated traffic enforcement fines. An increase to user fees and charges revenue of $620,000, and an increase to other revenue, including investment income of $630,000. Moving on to expenses and other items, highlights of proposed changes include an increase to committed capital items of $1.3 million. This includes the operating impacts of current and previously approved capital projects, along with new staffing positions that were approved in 2024. Inflation adjustments totaling $2.6 million. These reflect the anticipated cost increases for expenses such as compensation and employer benefits, wastewater management services, electricity and natural gas, and materials and supplies. An increase in growth-related expenses of approximately $1.7 million. This includes the RCMP contract increase, additional water supply and wastewater management services, along with new staffing positions proposed for within the budget. One-time items reflect an increase of approximately $1.5 million. Notable one-time projects include the ERP modernization, wastewater system master plan update, and the 2025 municipal election. And lastly, other items include an increase of approximately $1 million, primarily attributed to annual capital funding. Next, I'll provide some key personnel highlights. More details on city personnel are provided in the budget and brief section, pages 3-7 and 3-8, along with the 2025 personnel summary on page 22-3. Currently, there are 482 total staff, including 256 full-time, 33 permanent part-time, 18 temporary, and 168 casual. Of these, there are currently 7 staff members on leave. The ratio of union to non-union staff is 327 union, or 68%, to 155 non-union, or 32%. And this ratio is consistent to the prior year. Based on the T2 Financial and Management Report for the 8 months ended August 31, 2024, the city is projecting a year-end staffing deficit of approximately $178,000, and this is based on a total budget for salaries, wages, and benefits of approximately $36 million. The proposed 2025 operating budget includes a budget recommendation for a cost of living compensation adjustment impacting non-union staff, IAFF members, and elected officials. The adjustment is included in the fiscal services and utilities and sustainability operating budgets and will be presented as part of the budget presentation for People Services. Next, I'll provide a quick overview of the proposed budget changes to community grants and programs. As I mentioned earlier, administration will be presenting community grants and programs as a separate item during these budget presentations. And again, on day 2 of the budget meetings, Council will hear presentations from the Fort Saskatchewan Public Library and the Heartland Housing Foundation. Information on community grants and programs is in Section 19 of the budget document, with details of the proposed changes for 2025 listed on page 19-3. Pursuant to the Grants to Nonprofit Organizations policy, the city provides financial and in-kind support to various community nonprofit groups, organizations, boards, and committees whose activities benefit our citizens. The proposed 2025 operating budget includes recommended community grants and programs totaling approximately $2 million, reflecting an increase of about $51,000 or 2.6% over last year's approved budget. The Fort Saskatchewan Public Library is requesting a 2025 appropriation of approximately $1.4 million. This reflects an increase of $33,750 or 2.5% over last year's approved budget. During the library's presentation, Council will have the opportunity to ask the library board and staff questions related to this appropriation. The city's contributions to regional partners for $6,500 is represented by the municipal partnership agreement with the town of Bruderheim for arena ice. In addition to the city's financial support of various community organizations, approximately $1.2 million is offered as in-kind support. This could include the use of city facilities, staff time, repairs, maintenance, and or other services provided by the city at no cost. And the total for 25 is comparable to the prior year. Further details of the city's in-kind support is shown on page 19-5. I apologize for all the numbers on this slide, but I promise this is the last one with numbers that I have today. The city's 3-year operating financial plan forecast for years 2026 through 2028. Operating financial plan forecasts are an integral part of the annual budget process, and their preparation and review by Council is required under the MGA. Forecasts evaluate current and future market conditions and incorporate the city's multi-year plans and department business plans to help guide policy and inform decision-making. The detailed forecast, along with supporting notes and assumptions, is shown in the appendix, section 22. The total forecasted revenues and expenses are summarized by year and include both city operations and utilities. The 3-year forecast shows total city revenues increasing from approximately $106 million in 2026 to approximately $121 million in 2028. The forecast includes annual increases in total revenues, each year ranging from $7.2 to $7.6 million, including additional growth estimates. Forecast total expenses increase from approximately $112 million in 2026 to $126 million in 2028, with annual increases ranging between $6.8 and $7.9 million. The forecast additional tax requirements range from a low of $5.6 million in 2028 to a high of $6.4 million in 2027. The increase in 2027 is due to commencement of debt repayment and servicing costs related to several proposed major capital projects within the 10-year capital plan. It's important to note that since these figures are based on future plans, estimates, and assumptions, actual results may vary from forecast. And one final item before I close, I would like to draw your attention to the appendix, section 22 of the budget document. It includes some additional information that readers may find useful, such as the 2025 personnel summary, 2025 line item budgets for the entire city and for each department, 3-year operating financial plan forecasts, 3-year operating actuals for years 2021 through 2023, and the 2025 focus programs. And also, please be aware that within the table of contents, links have been provided to relevant financial policies, service level information, department business plans, and other supporting documents. Thank you for your time and attention. That concludes my overview of the proposed 2025 operating budget. At this point, I'll ask if there are any questions.
Great. Thank you very much for the presentation. So we'll open it up to any questions regarding the overview. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. Good morning, folks. Jeremy, normally, or I shouldn't say normally, but in the past, on occasion at least, you've presented us with an inflation rate and a separate calculation, I think, done by the City of Edmonton, a municipal type rate. Do you have those numbers for this year?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I believe there was a write-up in the budget and brief section on the inflation, and particularly, I think, under the user fees.
I didn't see them. Okay, I'll look for them. Do you recall offhand what they are? Doesn't matter.
Perhaps Andruko, is it?
While we're doing that.
Yeah.
Can we just get back to you on that?
Okay,
I'll dig
no
it up.
problem. When you're doing the budget, the inflation rate affects, I mean, I understand that some things that the city would purchase might have a lower and some would have a higher, but it's the average that we're talking about. So when we're doing the budget, do we apply the inflation rate uniformly across all departments and all service levels and all costs?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, so wherever possible, we use known information, like particularly in terms of, like, say, electricity contracts and things like that. In terms of utilities, if we have a contract in place, we'll use the actual inflation and cost increases, or for, say, the audit fees, that sort of thing. For blanket purchases, we'll generally apply something like the MPI for those types of.
And for things like user fees?
For user fees, again, that will be dependent upon the individual departments, but more often than not, we'll follow, again, MPI or something associated closely to those fees and charges. And directors will have more to say on that when they present their user fees and charges.
I'll weigh back in, Marquette.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you so much for your presentations. My first question is to Ms. Duguid-Smith. When you concluded your presentation, the last thing you said was the administration will provide strategies to reduce the tax increase through the flag process following the presentations. My question is, why aren't we talking about the strategies right up front so we're not cutting off things from the budget to bring it to a certain expectation?
So, Your Worship, it's a good question. One of our goals with this budget was to make sure that Council had all of the information. So even though the percent increase was significant, we wanted to make sure that you were aware of the situations within the city. Our hope is that you listen to the presentations that are presented over the next few days, at which point we will then share the smoothing strategies. We will make sure that that information is before you're asked to make final decisions, but we wanted to make sure that the information was presented first.
$11.28 is a lot, and I feel like not having that information right up the back might force us to cut things that we don't necessarily have to cut off. But I mean, that's just my opinion. My second question is to Mr. CFO. Sorry, your name just skipped my mind here. So as the CFO of this organization, I know, and I just want to say thank you to everyone that went through the budgeting process. Honestly, just going through the program-based budgeting and just seeing all the line items, I see the detail that's gone into the process. So just huge thank you to that. But again, because it's such a tough financial year, so as a CFO, what kind of alternate revenue strategies or cost control measures have been put in place to ensure that we make the tax increase somewhat manageable for residents? Your mic is off.
Your mic.
Sorry.
Yeah, I can't
Sorry
put you
about
on.
that. I'll start again. Thank you for the question, Councillor Abatoye. I would say that just referencing Ms. Smith-Duguid's opening comments is that in the breakdown of this budget, the impacts, a majority of it is outside of the city's control in terms of cost increases. And so wherever possible, when the directors sat down and went through designing and building this budget, cost measures, cost control measures, cost reallocations were all top of mind and considered. In terms of inflation, again, for many factors that's outside of our control, prices have gone up, obviously, and wherever possible, we've taken those into account for this budget.
Okay, thank you. I have just one more question. You can come back to me.
Okay, we're going on to round two. Councillor Kelly.
I think Ms. Andruko found the inflation numbers I was asking for.
Correct. The MPI was 2.1%. And then the CPI that we used, if departments weren't able to come up with their inflation from their providers or their service providers, was 2.7%.
And what page did you find that on so I can go back?
I'm not 100% sure that we actually wrote it in the budget and
That's
brief.
fine. I'll look for it again, but thank you.
I think it might be mentioned in some of the fees and charges overviews.
Mr. Eamon, you had a PowerPoint slide giving a breakdown of current staffing levels. Would it be possible for administration to prepare for council on this level of detail, a summary over the last 5 years, so each of the last 5 years? I can go back and hunt for my old budgets, but it would be way easier if you guys did it.
Through your worship, Councillor Kelly, we'll take that as an information request. Just to clarify, you're looking at total employee staffing, like that, similar to that breakdown?
This is the slide I'm referring to.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'd appreciate that. Thank you. Small question. The 6,500, I think it was, for, I think you referenced Bruderheim.
Oh.
Is that cash, or do we swap services with them? Do we pay in swimming passes, for instance?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I would have to check, but I believe it's a cash. It's a actual payment. It's not a swap for services, because it is based on an agreement.
Memory is that it is, but it dawned on me as you were speaking that it might be,
I'll confirm that,
beneficial
though.
to swap services.
Yeah.
And I just toss that out. I'll leave it alone. You guys can take it for what it's worth.
Thank you.
I'll weigh back in, Mayor Catcher. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Abatoye, you had another question? Can you push your button? Thank you.
Thank you. My other question is, when Ms. Duguid-Smith was doing her presentation and you're talking about the breakdown of where all of that money is coming from, so external forces and everything, that kind of added up to 9.6 million. But our property tax requirement is 6.52. So I'm just trying to understand what the difference is and why there's a difference at all.
To your worship, to Councillor Abatoye, it may be growth revenues and things like that. That may, like Ms. Smith-Duguid was focusing on the expenditure side, and so that might be the reason for the difference.
Okay, thank you. And just my final question is, so, 7 years on council, I believe we always reported a staffing surplus, right? So what happened this year? Why do we have a deficit this year?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, it's difficult to pinpoint any one area in terms of that $168,000 staffing deficit. Back in 2018 budget, there was a salary mitigation adjustment that council approved because up until that point in time, the staffing surpluses were very significant. And it was more to do with how the city budgeted for salaries, wages, and benefits. Like, we didn't take into account things like midway point hirings in terms of hiring someone at 75%, let's say, at their start. We didn't account for vacancies and things like that. So that was contributing factors to the large staffing surplus. So when we put that, or when council, I should say, approved that salary mitigation adjustment, that put a pretty significant credit to bring the budget for salaries down, and that reduced the staffing surpluses. $68,000, as I mentioned, on a $36 million total salary budget is fairly insignificant.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Round 3, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. Jeremy, one of your slides had a breakdown of the changes in expense and revenue, one of the lines being growth. There we are. Correct. That's the one I'm talking about. Tax assessment growth and then expenditure growth. I think you've pretty much provided that breakdown for the last several years. Would it be possible for you to also give council then a summary over the next? I'd like it since 18 when I got on council, but if it's easily attainable, don't go back and recalculate numbers, but a table showing those two numbers on an annual basis, so that we can, over the long term, in my mind, growth revenues should more or less match growth expenses, and if they don't, then maybe it warrants some sort of investigation or discussion.
So through your worship to Councillor Kelly, just to clarify, so then could we do a 5-year history of both the new tax revenue, growth revenue, and the growth expenditures? That's
just those two numbers.
Yeah.
Not detail or
not
anything.
Detail.
I'm not looking for detail. If possible, and if you've got those numbers readily available back as far as 18, I'd like to see those. If it's not readily available, then I'm not expecting it. Okay. I'm not asking for it.
Just the numbers, though, not the details.
Sorry?
Just the numbers, though, not the details for that.
I didn't catch you.
Oh, just to repeat, just the numbers. So 6.5 million, not the details as to what makes up
I'm
those
not
numbers.
looking for the detail. Okay. If you saw something special in a year, I guess you could mention it, but okay. I'm looking for just the totals.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. That looks like probably all the questions for the overview at this time. So now, thank you very much for the overview. And we will get into the first presentation, which is Public Works. Richard Gagnon presenting.
Well, good morning, Your Worship, and members of Council. I'm Richard Gagnon, your Public Works Director, and with me today, supporting this presentation is Brian Rogers, our Roads Manager, as well as Janelle Hart, our Parks Manager, and also Lindsay Radford is our Transit Supervisor, and they will be supporting this presentation during the question period. We're here today to present the 2025 Public Works budget. Please refer to the budget document section 4, where your information can be found. Public Works oversees the operation and maintenance of 3 main business units: our roads maintenance, our parks maintenance, as well as transit. We have a total of about 44 FTEs allocated to our PBB programs, a mix of permanent full-time and temporary part-time staff to service our citizens through our ongoing and seasonal operation. Public Works manage 13 programs servicing our roads, parks, and transit businesses units. A list of those programs can be found on page 4.3 of your budget document. Overall, our proposed 2025 budget expenses for roads, parks, and transit is just under $10.6 million. And the 2025 proposed revenue associated with those activities and programs is just over $805,000. So as a result, the 2025 net budget for Public Works is just under $9.8 million. Budget adjustments highlights will include 3 budget recommendations, including the Parks Growth Plan, the Roads Growth Plan, and the Parkland bylaw update, which will be discussed in greater details a little bit later in this presentation. In this budget, we captured increased costs to contracted services, maintenance, materials, supplies, and utilities. Some highlights will include an increase in electrical costs for traffic and street lights at $200,000, an increase to vehicle rental at Parks and Roads at $60,700 as a total, an annual contract cost increase for local and commuter transit programs for a total of $33,729 as per our current agreement we have with the providers. Additional funding for outdoor furnishing and equipment at parks for a total of $30,020. An increase in contract repairs and maintenance for roads and drainage for a total of about $55,000 to help with asphalt repairs, spray patch, catch basin, manholes repairs, and grading. An increase in engineering technologist resources for public works at $26,500, and also an increase in cost of salt for snow and ice control of about $15,000. So these are some of the highlights. Also in this budget, we have also an increase to our reserves contribution for about $30,000 to $31,000 in our playgrounds structures, and also $26,000 for transit shelters. In this budget, you also find an additional cost of $250,000 for the tree planting program, which was approved by Council in August, conditional to receiving a grant funding of $125,000 from the Federation of the Canadian Municipalities. Finally, we have a reduction in grants revenue of about $111,300 in the roads and bridge maintenance program. This is an amount that we receive year after year since I've been with Public Works for many years. Never change, but now under the new LGFF grant program, the maintenance, our road program does not qualify under that. So the grant is not being removed from the city; it's just being reallocated to other functions within the city. But in a sense, you'll see that it's no longer in the books under Public Works. So you'll see more of that grant under the operating project reserve. Some key initiatives for 2025, for your information, we're going to be continuing the implementation of the Urban Forest Plan and its upcoming planting project. We're going to be review the Cemetery Master Plan in the light of the 2024 Cemetery Flood Risk Study. We anticipate assuming the management of the land transfer from Nutrient. We will continue our collaborative work with other regional transit providers, and we will discuss a reserve strategy for storm pond and drainage facilities for consideration in 2026. I plan to go over all these three budget recommendations, and saying that, Mayor Catcher, if you want to stop me at a certain time, feel free to do so.
Okay.
Public Works brings forward three budget recommendations, starting with budget recommendation 320061, the Roads Growth Plan, located on page 4-7 of your budget document. The Roads Growth Plan is a multi-year plan to bring road staff and equipment operations to level that meet the demands of growth. The Roads Growth Plan was first presented with the 2021 budget, so this is our fifth year on this one. In 2025, the Road Growth Plan recommends the addition of one permanent full-time operator. The fourth and final operation position will position the city to operationalize the new grader with gate and wings attachment, which will be operational in 2025. And if you remember, we purchased this grader with wings in 2024. The budget impact in 2025 is $62,350 and $53,442 in 2026. We also bring budget recommendation 72045, the Parkland bylaw update, located on page 413 of your budget binder. The Parkland bylaw number 1952 was developed in 1984 and amended in 1991 and 1994. So it's been 30 years since the last revision. It is good practice to update city bylaws and policies to reflect current context. The update will review all sections of the bylaw, including the definition, the specific provisions, the general provisions, the severance, and the penalties. The Urban Forest Protection and Enhancement Plan recommend an update to the Parkland bylaw, specifically to address tree damage, removals, fines, cultural harvesting, heritage trees, tree protection during construction. The update also provides opportunity to address specific trends and issues affecting the use of fire trails and our parks and public places. The Parkland bylaw update will be managed by Public Works and with the support of a consulting firm. The cost is $25,000 one time. And finally, Budget Recommendation 720225, the Parks Growth Plan, located on page 417 of your budget binder. The Parks Growth Plan, like the Roads Plan, is a multi-year approach to bringing park staff and equipment operation to levels that meets the demands and growth. The growth plan was prepared in 2024 to ensure a timely, coordinated, and proactive approach to increasing capacity while distributing the financial impacts to the city over a reasonable period of time. In 2025, the first year of implementation, the growth plan recommends adding more resources to playground inspections and maintenance to the creation of a new position, adding more resources for litter and garbage control through the addition of 5 waste drop-off sites along the trail network, and increasing supervisor capacity by reclassifying an existing operator position to a team lead position. The total cost is $108,550 in 2025 and $23,203 in 2026.
Do you want to do your fees and charges, and then we'll just ask questions in general?
Absolutely.
Okay, go ahead.
Regarding fees and charges, please refer to page 423 of your budget binder, as we will highlight fees and charges at Public Works. So we follow the user fees and charges policy and procedure, FIN 009C. There are 3 specific procedures associated with setting the fees of our programs. One procedure is for basically roads and parks, called the Public Works procedures. We have a specific procedures for cemetery, and we have also a specific procedures for transit services. Our 2025 highlights includes the cemetery fee increase of an average of about 8% in 2025. This is again our strategy over 3 years to achieve full cost recovery. Roads and parks fees and charges were also adjusted to reflect direct and indirect cost adjustments, mainly affected this year by a 2% increase in staffing costs. So we did a lot of work last year to do some adjustment to the roads and to the parks fees. And these adjustments now in 2025 are very minor. Transit fees and charges also include at transit an increase of about 5 to 8% or 25 cents for local and commuter cash fare. We have also an increase of about 10% to monthly cap for youth, students, and senior local fare. And we also have an increase of 10% to monthly cap for youth, students, and senior commuter fares. So this concludes my presentation, Mayor Catcher. I'm looking forward to your questions.
I'm sure you are. Okay, thank you. So I'll open it up to questions. I do have one question I'm going to start with on your page 4-8, on your roads growth plan. So you talk about population, and then you talk about the type of road from 2014 to 2023 and the growth. But if you're going to do that, do you also have the information of what you've had for increase of staffing changes over that period of time as well? Because I find this information is totally immaterial unless you've got the coordinating information about what you've had for staffing level increases, for equipment, so that means nothing to me. So the general question is, could you just provide the information from 2022 to 2023, 1 year, as opposed to 10 years, so that we can see? Other than that, I would want all of the information so it all correlates. I would like it simple. So is that possible,
So
just to have the previous year so that we know what we're dealing with?
So just to summarize, you're looking for the growth increase for staff, or just
No,
a similar type of
the type of road. So rather
yeah.
than giving 2014 to 2023 with a 20% increase, I would probably prefer 2022 to 2023 or 2023 to 2024, because then it makes sense if we've actually had growth and how many lane kilometers and things.
Yeah, we can provide.
I don't need
provide
10 years. I just would like the previous so that it justifies your request.
Yeah, we can provide that to you as well. And I understand you had an interest to see maybe the growth of the staff at the same time. Would you like to see the two numbers as well on?
For the same year.
Yeah, okay, we can do that.
Okay. What was my other one on roads? Okay. And then if I go to the Parks Growth Plan, page 4-18, you're talking about taking 15 temporary positions and making them into 8 permanent full-time. How can 8 people do the same work as 15 if it's over the summer? Because I assume the 15 are summer, so then you're cutting out 7 staff. I'm really having a hard time understanding that one.
Your Worship, here's how it works on this one. We have sometimes a staff will be hired twice in a year, the same staff, once in the summer to do some work, and then once for the winter as well. So the same staff will be doing 2 positions. So one body will do 2 positions. Let's say they will do mowing and line trimming in the summer, and then they'll do maybe arena maintenance and things like that in the winter. So it's the same body doing 2 positions. So we're taking the 2 positions now and we're combining them in one full-time instead of having 2 temporary. So this way we don't have to hire the same person twice and terminate the same person twice. At the same time, we recognize as well that we are closing a gap between, especially in the spring and the fall, where they don't normally work, and we have also a need to do cleanup and help us out with the programs. So it does add some hours to that. There's definitively a cost to that, and I think the details can be easily found in the Parks Growth Plan in that section when we start to use that strategy. So basically, you have 15 temporary staff positions combined into basically 8. We combine those and we link the summer and the winter and add some hours on the gaps in order to help us with the growth. That's how we did it.
Okay, that answer makes sense. I didn't read that through that, but that answer does make sense. Okay, Councillor Meakin. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Richard. I just have a couple questions on the cemetery operations. Your program revenue on that 164,291, does that come from the perpetual care reserve?
So, Your Worship, to Councillor Meakin, the revenues that what generates the revenue at the cemetery? First, there's the sale of the plots and the sale of our goods, like plots and niches, and mainly, and that creates a revenue close to the $75,000, I will say, every year. and I think that 88 was what we projected, but I'll need to get to the details of that. Then we have also the revenue generated by servicing the requests of residents for opening and closing, a plot or something like that, and that generates revenue as well. Another aspect of revenue is some small revenue we're getting from the RCMP as well as the Legion for their contribution to the, and then we have a little bit of revenue that comes as well from the transfer from the reserve in the $20,900 range, and that helps us to on the aspect of maintenance of the cemetery.
Okay, the reason why I asked is that it says that revenue collected for plots, columbariums, niches, and monument foundation is 100% contributed to the perpetual care reserve.
Yes.
So when do we actually take out of the perpetual care reserve to service the cemetery operations? Do we see a transfer every year?
We see a transfer every year of $20,900 to help on that part. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then my second question was on the rentals, the vehicle rentals. So throughout the budget document in your department, it looks like about a $63,000 increase to the rentals. So what is the total budget that we have for rentals other than this increase?
For public works, that's the total budget. All right. There's also a budget at Fleet for providing some rentals to the entire city. Public works being one of them. I understand that there's about a few vehicles that are basically absorbed through the fleet budget. I could have maybe Mr. Schaefer to tell a little bit more about what the number looks like in 2025 for that. But for us, because we do have a policy that Fleet provides the city with some rentals up to a certain amount of vehicles, and then after that, our budget needs to absorb any extra vehicles that we need, especially for the summer operation. That's where we see that for about 6 to 7 months. That's what we see as well. So the budget we have there, we had to basically adjust our budget in order to account for that. So there was a little bit of money that we had already at parks for that, but we did not account the full amount. And in roads, we had to account for the full amount that we need right now for the extra rentals we have. We look at different things in terms of, okay, should we buy, should we lease? And basically the magic number is 8 months. So if we have to lease a vehicle for more than 8 months, then it's better to go buy at that time. But we're just at that edge where we're not there yet. So the lease is a good way to go.
Okay. I'm actually not sure that I understand. In the significant adjustment notes, in each of these things, it says increase budget for rentals, and that increase equals 63,000. But what I'm hearing from you is that that's the baseline. So I'm not quite understanding what the base budget is.
Yeah, in the past, this amount was basically with Fleet for a certain amount of rentals that we're able to provide us. And as we're growing, we have also an increase of demands on the trucks per year. So, and right now what I see is about, we have to rent an extra 5 at roads and an extra 4 at parks to do our operation. So, okay. And this, we did not account for it that way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Batoye.
Thank you for your presentation, Richard. My first question is about, I mean, one of my strategies with looking at these budget documents was just focusing on the items that had larger increases, right? And so I see that the largest increase on your budgets is electricity budgets of 200,000. And so my question is, because this could potentially go out of hand because we know how the price of electricity is going. Are we looking at alternate sources of energy like solar? And what exactly is the budget for electricity? Is it 200,000 or is it more than that? Or is 200,000 the increase?
Your Worship, to Councillor Habitoyer, the 200,000 is the increase. So I will need just to go back to what exactly the line item is for electrical, but this is the increase. So I believe it's a certain percentage. I'm not sure if Mrs. Andruko has the total cost of electrical for that specific item of lighting and traffic control.
So currently our budget is 1.2 million for traffic control. That's what we're currently running on for 2024. And in 2025, we're asking for the inflation of 200,000 to be a total of 1.4 million.
So is the 1.2 all electricity?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So just my second part of the question, are we looking at alternate source of energy, because electricity is going to continue to go up?
Your Worship, to Councillor Habitoyer, this is not my expertise, fortunately, on looking at this. I understand that we also have a contract with Fortis that basically provide the poles and the energy system. Maybe Mr. Schaefer can, or I think Mrs. Smith-Dugood will take care of that question.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yes, through your worship, it's a good question. One of the things that was funded earlier this year was an energy management plan. The intent behind that plan is to investigate ways to save money on things like electricity. So this is an area that we can take a look at, and hopefully we can find some efficiencies.
Okay, thank you. So my second question is on the parks growth plan. And I think I'm going to come to you, Ms. Andruko. So it says that type of initiative, we have growth and one time. And I believe our policy says that if there's a one-time asset or whatever it is that we want to do, it should be funded by reserves. But I see this is 100% funded by property tax revenue. So was that an error?
I think that might be just an error.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Blizzard.
Good morning. Thank you for all the information. And that first chart that's in the programs we manage, page 4-3, that is your budget then, 9.786. That's for everything that's under your umbrella?
Your Worship, to Councillor Blizzard, you're correct. This is according to the PBB allocations, yeah.
Then I must commend you, because your costs went down from the total cost last year, because that was at 10.6, 10.59. But that's the total cost. So number one, the question I have is, we're not done the year, so that would be 2024. So what happens? I mean, it says total cost, but we really don't have them yet, because we could get a dump of snow. Mm-hmm. Not that I want it. It's looking good outside now. So what happens with that? And what was your budgeted amount? Because that's not included in here. So the 2024 total budget.
Okay. Your Worship, to Councillor Blizzard, I think that if you look at T3, I believe that we had a T2 report that I'm not sure if it was shared with council on what we project for 2024, but for right now, for transit, roads, and parks, I think we're in good shape. I don't see any major issues on the budget, but we're weather dependent too, so anything can happen in terms of costs, especially when we deal with snow removal and things like that. Regarding your second question, I will refer to a page that I found also very useful in the budget. This is page 22-10.
Okay.
If you would like to go into this area there, because I found it very useful. And basically, 22-10 will provide you with what was the approved budget in 2024. What was the one time, the base budget, and also the proposed budget. So you're going to see all the differences. And it's all by what we call the GL roll-up, in a sense.
Okay.
So you'll be able to find a little bit more information there on the budget.
At that, then that's fine. And I guess I'll wrap that up into one, but so on some of the fees and charges, you have no change. And I guess my question there is just, you're doing good, but budget looks good for your department, but why not up them a little bit going by cost of living? And I think one of them was light turning, materials delivery. Why would we not up them a tiny bit just to reflect that costs of personnel delivering material goes up, of turning the lights goes up?
Your worship, to Councillor Blizzard, I review these with the managers every year. We have a spreadsheet basically looking at how much it costs us when we have something that we want to do full cost recovery, how much it costs us to provide that service, right? And then how much are we charging now? What's the difference? And what do we need to recover? So this is what we have done based on following our policy. Sometimes we found that for example, a light turning, we were very well under our cost was fully recovered through the revenue that we were making that we charge, so we did not see a need to increase it. Light turning also, most of the users are our industries, so in a sense, when the only adjustment I had to do on this one was the 2% increase in the staffing costs according to the union agreement, so that's what we've done. The rest, I was fine with it. So we just look at what's our full costs, and that includes also the indirect costs, so the direct and indirect costs. And then what are we charging, and do we have a difference? So in 2024, for several of those fees, we had to really make some serious adjustment last year. But this year, we basically had to just do the 2% increase on the staffing. For those costs. So this is how I looked at it in a sense.
So like light turning went up quite a bit last year. I didn't compare from
and we were in good shape for light turning as well last year, so I did not really move it. There was other things that, for example, I remember the delivery of goods, asphalt and things like that within the city. We had to increase this up. I think it was almost 172%, if I remember well. So we did those major adjustments in 2024. But now, the policy asked me to recover the direct and indirect costs, and that's what we calculate every year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, thanks. Not a specific question on one of your programs, but I just wanted to rewind to LGFF discussion. There's some information following capital budget that Troy had provided, indicating that our allocation was up about $500,000 from last year, since roads is one of the eligible programs for that. I just want to get better understanding if that's $500,000 over top of what the capital budget had originally budgeted for, or because I think those calculations were still being done by the province and then came up subsequent to the capital budget, in which we only had, I think, $2.4 million of that allocated.
I'll go to Shannon for that.
Yeah, anyway.
The 2025 budget was written on the current allocation that the province had provided. They provided the 2025 allocation a few months back. We just recently received the 2026 allocation, and that goes up just a little bit compared to 2025, but a little bit more than what we forecasted due to our growth and other metrics that they use to calculate the formula.
Oh, okay, so, but as of right now, I don't think we have it all allocated for the 2025 budget. So is the plan to carry over LGFF?
That is correct. We can carry it over for a maximum of 5 years.
Right.
But the reason why there is probably some money left over is because there's specific uses for the grant money.
And one of them is roads. Correct? And we're
not for the maintenance.
Not for the
Right.
maintenance.
Not for maintenance, but if it's construction.
Right. And so I guess what I'm getting at is why aren't we considering using part of that to offset the increase that we're looking at for is it neighborhood or road rehabilitation? I forget, or both of them. I think it's both of them. I think it's $500,000.
That is something you guys can suggest going forward.
Through your worship, to Councillor Nguyen, just to add to that, when the 10-year capital plan comes back in June of next year, we'll have the correct amounts factored into that for the LGFF. we'll update it. Like as Ms. Andruko said, this information came after basically the capital budget and the capital plan was
Okay.
built. So.
I guess I'd like to make a flag then for discussion of that. Sorry, to discuss allocation of LGFF further to offset road rehabilitation increase for 2025 instead of carrying over the difference.
Does anybody have any objections? You do? Okay. All right, so then you'll need to make a motion to flag it. We don't have consensus.
Yeah, fair enough. So I'd just read in the top. So I'd move that. How should I word this motion? Maybe could I get
That you flag
just
LGFF.
I move to flag LGFF contribution to road rehabilitation, neighbor rehabilitation for 2025.
Okay, that'll be simple enough.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Did you want to speak to your motion?
I think
Okay.
I've covered it already, so there's nothing I want to add further.
Okay. Okay, typically when we have a motion, it's open for discussion and debate. I just want to know, does anybody want any discussion and debate on this, or can we just go to that? Just go to the motion. Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to close it. So this is only for flagging purposes. So please cast your vote. Okay, and that is carried. All right. Thank you. You're good then?
Yep.
Okay, just a second. Councillor Kelly, you're on round one.
You bet. Thank you. Good morning, Richard.
Good morning.
You addressed one of my questions in your comments, because I know we talked about cemetery at length last year. So, to your way of thinking, your plan will have the cemetery, including reserve allocations, on at least a break-even point by the end of 2026?
Your worship, to Councillor Kelly, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. It's no secret that council's finding 11.2% difficult, and I'm sure you folks are as well. So you're going to get a lot of questions this year. Be prepared. Because you're the first up, and this is a general question for yourself or Mr. Eamon or whoever else wants to weigh in, but in the programs we manage chart that comes with each department, there's the FTE allocation. What methodology does administration follow, or alternatively yourself, to ensure that allocation is reasonable and as accurate as it can be?
Your worship, to Councillor Kelly, our finance department and public works meet, I will say about 2 times in a year to review the allocation. So this is done internally, where we sit down in a room and we look at what we have for allocation for programs. Does that reflect the reality? And is there any need to change that, right? So we have a meeting and we basically spend about, I will say, 3 afternoons going into this and then doing the adjustment in preparation for this budget.
Thank you. In my prior life, I tracked every portion of an hour because that was billable time to somebody. Mm-hmm. Do the staff maintain a timesheet so that you have the ability to allocate it between departments or services and get a more an accurate number of what the number is?
I can add to that.
Yeah.
We do look at their time that they spend in each program. So that's based on like strategic priorities that they have going on in their departments in that particular year. So we do sit down with the staff and try to identify what do you spend and how much time.
And I appreciate that. I don't know if it's possible, but it would be, in my mind, nice to have something that's a little more concrete than a discussion. And I'm going to leave it at that. I'm not saying there's anything wrong, but specifically, if I may, Mayor Catcher.
Okay. Mr. Gagnon, I think, is going to answer your question.
Yeah, Your Worship, to Councillor Kelly, just to add to the discussion here, the city, we have a computer program called WorkTech, and basically, if we have a work order, if we, let's say for snow removal or things like that, we basically track hours and things like that through our WorkTech program, so we can go back to that and reconcile. But you know, every year, if we, I'll just use snow removal as an example. We know that we use less snow removal in the past, all right, especially for the last 2024 at this time, all right, and especially in 2023 late. We didn't have much snow removal going on in November, December 2023. So sometimes the numbers we get there does not always reflect what we're going to see. Right. So we have to look at historically what we see there and then and do the best assignment to that. And we also look at, okay, how can we reconcile that with our line by line item budget that we have in another software called FMW, and try to make sure that it reflects that with PBB. So there's basically three tools that we're looking at for that. And it provides us some information, but there's nothing that can replace the fact that we can sit down in a room and look at this and say, does that make sense? Do we see any changes on that occasions?
Okay, thank you. And if I may, Mayor Catcher, again, because you're first up, you've already had a question or two about your fees, and I think you mentioned that some cemetery have gone up significantly and some not so much. Is it our overall city policy that we only or stop charging or setting fees or have a maximum recovery equal to cost? And if in fact it's cost, what do you mean by full cost? Because it would seem to me that there should be an allocation into full cost for administration for a portion of this meeting, for instance. So full cost could easily show a profit, and that's what I'm driving at here.
So is yours specific to Richard's, or is yours a general one? If it's a general one, I'll go to Janelle.
Whatever it fits, Mayor Catcher. Yeah. I'm not looking for specific. Richard mentioned it, so that's why it's coming.
Your Worship, to Councillor Kelly, I had a chance to spend a good amount of time on fees and charges last year in preparation to the policy, and then truly apply the council policy that was approved, I believe it was in 2023, on fees and charges. And that policy is very clear in terms of cost recovery when we're looking at recovering, let's say 100% of costs. It's not only the direct costs that we see at the department level, it's also the indirect costs, the corporate services costs, which I use at 16%, which is my the ratio that we're looking at. So 16% will be added to my costs to show the recovery of the corporate services costs, which is called the indirect cost. So the policy is very clear on that, and this is what we basically are applying. And we did this whole analysis on the cemetery last year, and all our as well as roads and parks, and that's basically what we're when we're looking at in terms of recovering full costs there. Some services we agree that we're not looking at a full cost recovery, so there's other things that gets into the equation. It could be the fact that the city will accept the fact that our parks or our roads are not. The whole program is not about full cost recovery. It's about providing the service, and this is spelled out very clearly in the procedures. So.
Thank you. I'll weigh back in. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Batoye.
Okay, I had a question about transit, but something just caught my eye. But cash fare for local and commuter has been increased by 25 cents. And I was just wondering how we compare to our neighboring municipalities. And I was going to follow up with that as per because of the ARC card fees program. So I would require to keep that fee at a certain amount, but because it's cash, it kind of doesn't follow with the ARC system, right?
Yeah, Your Worship, to Councillor Bitoye, I believe that there's a box in the bus that people can put some cash in there in order to get it if they don't have the ARC card.
Right.
We want to encourage people to have an ARC card, and this way they pay, I believe, a little bit less than the cash. So, if you like more detail, I can ask Mrs. Radford to come in and then maybe comment on the fees and charges, the increase of $25 and the comparison with the rest of the region.
Okay, thank you.
You're good?
No, she's coming.
Oh. Okay.
Madam Mayor, through to Councillor Batoye. If you're looking for a comparison against all the other areas, we can definitely provide that information, but we are on the lower side of the cash fares within our, like against Strathcona, St. Albert, Spruce Grove. We are either on par or a few cents cheaper for the cash fares.
So why aren't we taking it up there same as the others?
Right now, we are working to align our actual fares with the policy, so we are slowly increasing over the next few years. We just didn't want to do too drastic of an increase in 1 year.
Okay, so but you plan to get there. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon.
Thank you. On your parkland bylaw update, I don't disagree with it. I'm just wondering if you could just provide some context over why it can't be done completely in-house. Like what is it about this update that you want the outside support for?
Your Worship, to Councillor Macon, the last update was done about 30 years ago. And then I think it speaks to the quality of the bylaw, because for that amount of time we were able to use it and basically achieve our governance. But there's a time where we have to look at new trends, and then and also it's a good practice for governance to review those bylaws on a more regular basis. The bylaw is quite well, in a sense it's 30, so it's quite old, and it's more than just a review. I think it's a rewrite. And then there's we know in other communities, like I'll use Medicine Hat, they recently did their work as well on that, and this consultant that can help us to basically look at the best practice and look at the new trends and help us out to do that, per se. Writing a bylaw is an art. There's a science to this as well, but it's something that we believe we'll need some expertise to help us out with that during the year.
And then my last question is just definitely a smaller question. Just on the litter garbage control, on here we have adding 5 new bins. I definitely heard over the summer complaints about overflowing bins. So I guess, do we have or anticipate having in place the ability to pick up bins on a more more often basis, especially if we're adding more bins?
Yeah, Your Worship, to Councillor Macon, this is like we're trying to find some efficiency on the route to basically empty our waste containers that are all over the city. So the idea is to have, instead of having a truck, a quarter-ton truck that picks up the garbage and then after that goes to the transfer station, then come back to the trails and goes back to the transfer station and come back to the trail, then we felt that if we can place some containers along the route in places that will not be inconvenient for anybody, then we can basically take advantage of having a shorter route to empty the truck and continue and gain some efficiency that way. Instead of traveling, then we're more on the trail, on the route to remove these. So we felt there was about 5 places in the city that we were able to do that, and that helps to reduce the traveling time. last year, council approved, I believe it was 3 summer students to help us out, or 2 summer students to help us out in the summer and the weekend to do these type of tasks, specifically in the parks that are in great use in our community. I think it worked very well so far, and that's something we would like to repeat. But the growth plan is looking as well as how we can increase the resources to garbage pickup, and that is coming, I think, in the next 2 years, I believe, in the growth plan.
Thank you very much.
Janelle?
Your Worship, if I could just add to Mr. Gagnon's comments. When we were preparing the growth plan, we looked at our program areas and went, where are we doing well and where are we struggling to keep up? And litter and garbage control was one of the areas we identified that were having a hard time keeping up. The plan for next year, the 5 bins that are discussed are similar to GFL bins. They're not the individual ones, they're large ones that the operator can go to, dump all the bags that are in the back of his truck, and then carry on along the route. We believe this is going to help speed up that task, introduce some efficiencies there. And then the plan is next year to add an additional operator to go even further, so we can be a little bit more responsive to litter and garbage control.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the response.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Blizzard?
I'll appreciate the garbage being emptied more regularly, because I have walked lots and come to bins that are totally full. And there are people that just go, fine, I'll put it underneath, which is not ideal. I want to go back to the positions that will go, and this is in future years, so I guess future debate more, but couple of questions with them. So first of all, we're not going to lose summer student positions, because I would think those are still vital to support the students.
Your Worship, to Councillor Blizzard, that's correct. The summer position that we have between April and end of August remains. What we're looking at is other temporary position that comes in the summer and also in the winter that has been occupied by the same staff who carry 2 positions as temporary. So, but the summer position, as you said, no, that there's no change.
Okay, and do we ever look at, I guess, and this would apply especially if we have some really good staff members, that maybe they actually like that they have a summer position and have a bit of a time off. And I know our first concern is what's good for the city, but, you hate to lose it because sometimes people just want a smaller position.
Yeah, Your Worship, to Councillor Blizzard, I did not look at that aspect during the analysis.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay, thank you. So round 3, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. I'd like to look at 4-20, please. The Parks Growth Plan Operating Forecast. And while I stress I don't have a problem with it, I support the parks development, I really do. But over a 5-year period, if my numbers are correct, we're adding almost 70% in cost to the program, which seems like a lot. And I know we've talked about it. Help me figure that one out. It's 70% over 5 years.
Your Worship, to Councillor Kelly, can you please refer to the page that you're
Sorry,
looking at?
I'm looking at page 420.
420, yeah.
Proposed Parks Growth Plan Operating Forecast. The total expense, annual expense after 5 years is $698,000.
Yes.
And I think that's we're spending now about $1 million, so we're looking at about a 70% increase.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, to Councillor Kelly. I believe our budget is about $3.5 million at Parks. I'm just going like by memory, big pictures in 2024. So that's it's more than $1 million at Parks that we're spending. It's in the $3 million range.
And that makes sense too.
So it will be less than 70% here.
Okay, I apologize. I got 70% on something different, and I'll get to that in a second. And this is going to seem like nitpicking, but please bear with me. On 4, 19.
Yes.
Typical playground inspection takes 4 hours to complete. That surprises me, and I'm sure it's correct, but tell council why it takes 4 hours. I'm half an hour travel time, let's start with that, or something like that. 3.5 hours to inspect the playground.
Yeah. Your worship, to Councillor Kelly, I'll ask maybe Mrs. Hart, our parks manager, maybe to provide a bit more information on the details of that in our calculations.
Good morning, Council. Through your worship to Councillor Kelly. So part of that inspection, that's on average the number of inspections we do throughout the year on our playgrounds. Some of them are smaller, some of them are bigger, more complex. And so there's varying number of inspections that would be completed within the month. And so that could be raking material, litter and garbage control, physically inspecting the equipment, bolts, nuts, components, connection components, and then just making sure that everything is safe and meets our standards. And so when you kind of apply all that time associated with, looking at those inspections, and then across all 34 of our playgrounds, it averages out to about 4 hours.
So I think you answered my question. It's not just the inspection, but the act of cleaning and or repair, minor repair as necessary.
That's right. It's not just physically standing there looking at it, it's all the work.
Thank you.
And your worship, to Councillor Kelly, a bit more information can also be found on page 6 of the Parks Growth Plan. When we say 4 hours, it means 2 people for 2 hours each as well. So page 6 of the Parks Growth Plan. I think that there's a
catcher. I'm good, thank you.
You're good?
I think it's the third paragraph that addresses the inspections and what it takes and everything else.
Okay. That looks like all the questions. So we're going to take a break. So we'll recess till 10:40. That gives us 9 minutes. Okay. So back in your chairs at 10:40.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're going to resume the meeting. We have lots to cover, so.
Let's get 3 done by lunch.
Okay, so the next item we have is Fleet Facilities and Engineering. Grant Schaefer presenting.
Good morning, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Grant Schaefer. I'm Director of Fleet Facilities and Engineering. I'm here to present the Fleet Facilities and Engineering operating budget, which can be found starting on page 5-1 in your budget binder. As our name implies, Fleet Facilities and Engineering is made up of 3 business units. The Fleet and Facilities business units are overseen by a manager and a coordinator. Fleet maintains and replaces the city's mobile equipment, made up of everything from lawn tractors and mowers up to loaders, graders, plow trucks and fire trucks, as well as half-tons vans and SUVs. The equipment is maintained to provide safe, reliable tools for city operational departments. Fleet is comprised of 3 heavy-duty mechanics and 1 clerical support staff. They are based in the Peter Schmidt Mechanic Shop at the Public Works site. The Facilities business unit includes both facilities maintenance and custodial services. Facilities maintenance is responsible for the building envelopes, components, and building systems, ensuring that these facilities are functional throughout their life and can meet the needs of both internal and external users. The facilities section is comprised of a foreman, 7 building operators, 2 laborers, and an electrician. Facility services is based out of the Public Works site. The custodial services maintains the cleanliness of the facilities, sets up, monitors, and tears down booked events within the bookable spaces of the city. They ensure that facilities meet the standards of both their internal and external customers. The custodial section is comprised of a foreman and 36 custodians, which are comprised of 14 full-time, 13 part-time, and 9 casual staff. The custodial team is found throughout the city facilities. Engineering provides capital project management, engineering review of all development, and engineering support to other departments. Engineering is comprised of a manager, 3 coordinators, 1 temporary coordinator, 1 technologist, and 2 students. These staff are located in the lower level of City Hall. Fleet Facilities Engineering manages 13 programs found starting on page 5-3. The first 7 programs within that list are engineering related, with only minor changes in program costs to increase our student coverage by 4 months, which results in 2 students for 8 months each. While engineering is most visible with the city's capital programs, development takes up a significant amount of time. Each home permit is reviewed 4 times by engineering, starting with a review of the plot plan, performing a service inspection, and finally reviewing and approving both the rough and final grade certificates. Commercial, multifamily, and industrial sites are reviewed and inspected for grading, transportation, and servicing impacts to adjacent lands and city infrastructure. As well, engineering is involved in the review and inspection of new development areas to ensure that infrastructure is designed and constructed to city standards prior to it being turned over to operations. The next 3 programs in the list, Building Maintenance, Custodial Services, and Facility Lifecycle, have a net increase of $396,000. $130,000 of this is reallocation of revenue to economic development for the management of leases, and $200,000 is an increase to the lifecycle replacement program within facilities to account for the spike in inflation over the last several years, which has increased the cost and projected costs of building system replacements. The balance of the increase within facilities, $65,000, is comprised of smaller inflationary items to wages and utilities, as well as operating impacts of capital projects. The final 2 programs, Fleet Planned and Preventive Maintenance and Fleet Repairs, have a net increase of $223,000. This is comprised of operating impacts of $68,000 for new fleet acquired in the 24 and 25 budgets, a $100,000 increase in contract repairs and maintenance to match historical trends due to an increase in cost for specialty repairs such as inspections of fire trucks and lifts, as well as diagnostics and repairs to the more computerized systems within the newer fleet. There's also a $26,000 increase in the budget for fuel. The remaining increase is made up of smaller inflationary costs in wages, supplies, and couriers. Fleet Facilities Engineering has 1 budget recommendation, which can be found on page 5-5. This is budget recommendation 420014, Wastewater System Master Plan. This is a one-time cost of $150,000 to update the city's wastewater system model and master plan. The last wastewater master plan was updated in 2010. Since that time, the city has seen significant growth and has continued to plan for additional growth. The wastewater model and master plan is used as a planning tool and is one of the inputs to the neighborhood rehabilitation program. It is used to identify areas of the city where capacity could be a concern, or conversely, where spare capacity could be found to help make informed decisions about densification. Over the last 20 years, with the adoption of more water-efficient fixtures, the actual flow rates of wastewater have decreased on a per capita basis. This is verified by the Regional Commission, EPCOR, and our own internal flow monitoring. With the actual per capita flow rates dropping, the city has changed their design engineering standards from 360 liters per capita per day to 250 liters per capita per day. This change to the theoretical capacity of the existing systems means that we can identify additional opportunities and confirm constraints in reviewing development that increases the density within a neighborhood. The model and master plan will generate a theoretical model and then confirm it with actual flow testing to calibrate the modeled results to what is actually happening in the system. Portions of the newer system have been updated as servicing studies have been completed. However, the older systems have not been reviewed in detail since 2010. The completion of the model and master plan will result in a more efficiently designed system, reduce the likelihood of oversizing the system, and identify areas where upgrades are required to support planned densification, and identify areas where densification can occur. Fleet Facilities Engineering collects fees for lot grading, excavation permits, and development agreement review. These can be found starting on page 5-9. Lot grading and excavation permit fees are calculated on a cost recovery basis to ensure that these programs pay for themselves. Development agreement review fees are calculated on a cost recovery basis to recover the costs of the drawing reviews themselves. They are then compared to the region to ensure that the fees we charge are competitive with other municipalities. For 2025, we are recommending inflationary increases only. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Harris.
Grant, with your wastewater master plan, I know that the Wastewater Commission, Aero Utilities, has a significant concern about how member municipalities are dealing with I&I, infiltration and inflow from groundwater. Will you be updating the information relative to our I&I issue to provide good information to wastewater so that they can plan accordingly? Is that part of your review? And if not, why not?
Your Worship, Councillor Harris, it will be part of the review in terms of the actual flow monitoring during weather and dry weather flows. So we'll be able to pick up and see what those differences are to see what impacts infiltration could have on our system. Typically, historically, we've been fairly low in that regard, but we will be confirming that as well.
Yeah, a good portion of our community is sandy soil based, and there tends to be a fair amount of percolation, I guess. But it is a source of concern. So I think that if we've got updated information, that's something that I would think would be very important to have. And ultimately then, it's part of your design coefficient as well in terms of how the system ultimately works. So I just flagged that thing from that standpoint. So.
Okay, Councillor Kelly, questions?
Thank you. Page 5-3, Grant, please. And there's some comments following. So here's my question. In your comments, on a couple of occasions, you reference increased costs for servicing specialized equipment such as fire trucks. Which leads me to wonder then, what budget bears the cost of servicing the fire truck? Your budget or the fire hall? And what department bears the cost of, for instance, in Public Works, of the fleet that they use? Where's the cost there? Whose budget bears the cost?
So, Your Worship, Councillor Kelly, it'll be two different answers because it is a little bit different for both. For the fire trucks, fleet looks after the chassis of the vehicles, the trucks themselves, but not the necessarily the components, the pump systems and things like that, because they have to be independently verified through the fire services plans that they have. And so the fire department has the verification and the pump systems within theirs. Fleet looks after the chassis components of the truck itself. And in terms of public works, and municipal enforcement, even the facilities vehicles, those are all maintained within the fleet budget.
Why wouldn't, and this is probably going to go to Mr. Eamon, there's charges between and transfers between various services within a department. Why would there not be transfers between departments so that each department would reflect the total cost of their operation? And I have no problem with your department doing what you do, but you're providing a service for other departments, and I think that other department's budget should reflect that. So there should be some sort of transfer adjustment or transfer pricing so that all the departments pick up their total cost. So why don't we do that?
That is a great question.
Well, okay, tell you what, I can leave that for a question you can think about, because it doesn't need to be answered today. Okay. It's not going to change this budget. But as a counselor, when I look at a departmental budget, I'd like to be able to think that that reflects all of the costs of that department. And Mr. Schaefer's department is picking up some significant costs that you're really providing a service. So it's not your cost per se. And I think also if each department was responsible for their equipment fleet, it might generate better decisions on what fleet to actually have. And this is a might, okay?
So maybe just a little bit more information. There are certain programs that we do have to do more work in.
Could I ask you to speak up a bit, please?
Sorry. There are programs that, just like that, we do have to take more look at it and look at it differently. Because, yes, sometimes we should be focusing on what does it cost for the whole cost for that program. Because some of these costs do belong in other departments and we're not capturing it there. But we do have ongoing discussions with the corporate services type of things.
And it's not going to change the overall budget.
No, it doesn't.
But it does change the responsibility level. And I could imagine then perhaps Mr. Gagnon and Mr. Schaefer entering into a discussion about his cost of service and how maybe he could provide it more efficiently. And I don't see a problem with that. So could you give it some thought? And if possible, Mayor Katcher, I'd just like to ask for a comment back from administration at their pleasure in the next few months on it. I'm not trying to change this budget on this particular question. If you want to notice a motion on it, I'll gladly do it, but it's a friendly request.
I can just take it as an information request.
Perfect, thank you. I'll weigh back in, thank you.
Okay, I'm next in the speaking order. Just let me write you down. Okay, so you might have partially answered that. On 5.4, you've got fleet planned preventative maintenance and fleet repairs. So for fire trucks and lifts and things, you've got 40,000 increase on one and 60,000 increase on another. So why wouldn't those just be lumped into one? Because that's actually 100,000, not a 40 and a 60. It kind of looks wrong.
Your Worship, so when I talked about it, I said it was a $100,000 increase, not trying to split it out into those two things. They are related. It's just from a program perspective. Some of them are things we plan to do. We're planning to do the inspections. We're planning to do those things, but when we actually have to do repairs, whether they come out of those inspections, it's not under a contract or they're not a planned repair, so they're planned maintenance item. So then they move into our repairs program. It's just the way that we allocate the time and the cost between labor and materials.
Okay, it just looks funny in there when you've got it that way. It looks like you're putting it in two areas. I'm going to step out there and answer Councillor Kelly's question. We used to do that a number of years ago prior to 2007. We would do a journal entry for every time an operator went into a building, wherever anything was allocated to. It was allocated to that service, to the building, to everything. So when it stopped, can't tell you, but we used to do it. Just FYI. So you'll judge me for that comment. Councillor Macon?
Thank you. Good morning, Grant. I just have one question for you. So under the wastewater systems master plan, it says regular reviews and updates to the master plan help ensure the network is appropriately sized to meet current and future needs. So my questions on this one are, last one was done in 2010, so it's been almost 15 years. And I'm just wondering if perhaps the lack of regular reviews are what's leading to like such a high cost of this review, and if you think that efficiencies could be had in the future by scheduling more regular, smaller scale reviews, or is this just the beast that it is?
Your Worship, Councillor Macon, I think no matter when we do it, it's going to be in this range. It'll be the $100,000 give or take. It's probably a little bit more now, just because the software that was done in previously is outdated, and we'll have to redo a little bit of that work. Regular reviews would have kept that up to date probably more, but would have cost us $20,000-$30,000 in licensing fees and things like that. So I think overall it works out about the same. And we're trying to schedule these when there's been enough change that it makes sense to do it. The engineering standards change, things like that, and then with the annexation areas and the more focus on densification, those kinds of changes. Is why we're bringing this forward now.
Do you anticipate that once that you have this document to do anything differently in the future, or just kind of as?
The Worship of Councillor Macon, we will want to enter into a, I'm trying to get the right word, just a long-term contract, a little bit, what's a 3 or 5 year contract, because we do, even now we reference back to that, to that consultant to run certain models to determine if something's going to be an impact or not. So we just want to be able to keep that a little more up to date and current, and then probably do, depending on growth, things like that, we might have to do a more fulsome review a little bit more often, but that depends on what happens within the region.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Batoye.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Schaefer. My question is on page 5-4, on the facility life cycle. It says that's a $200,000 one. It says increase in contracted services to account for inflation to facility life cycle repairs. And the question that comes to mind is contracted services, aren't they providing their own equipment and whatever they use, because they're contractors, right? So why are we putting money into repairing? I'm trying to make sense of it, because anyway, just respond.
Your Worship, Councillor Batoye, so it's maybe just the way that the budget line items are broken down. It's under contract services, but it is the replacement of major building components. Rooftop units this year in the DCC will fall under that contract services, supply and installation thing. So that's why it's worded that way.
Yeah, no, it makes sense now, because I'm like, okay, it makes sense. Thank you. My second question is on your fees. So it looks like you have a 2% fee increase across your 6 services. I'm just going to page 22-11, and I'm looking at, maybe this is the question for finance. I'm looking at your user fees and charges, and I'm seeing the proposed amount for 2025 is only $328 increase. So I guess my question is, how much services? Because if your user fees is over $424,000, why are we projecting only $328 for 2025 if we have a 2% fee increase across all your services?
Your Worship, the Councillor Batoye, I think because it's user fees and charges, I think there's actually lease revenue that gets put in that line item as well. There's lease revenue.
Okay.
And some of that got transferred to economic development. just because they manage those leases. So it would have been a decrease in
I see decrease
revenue.
in your own department and increase in okay, now that makes sense because I'm like, it's just $300. Okay, makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Round two, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. And she touched on the point I'm going to drive home yet again. If economic development is taking the lease revenue of $102,000, economic development should also take the $50,000 it takes to replace the units on the rooftop, not your budget. So I'm going to ask on the $200,000 increase in contracted services for facility life cycle repairs. I guess a breakdown on that grant, please. I don't need it today, so I could consider it a question for response. I think if the DCC, for instance, has 50 grand for rooftop unit replacement, that the DCC, the programs within the DCC should be bearing that cost somehow, not Mr. Schaefer's budget. He's only providing the service. So I'd like to see the breakdown. We can have another discussion at next meeting if possible. I think I understand the transfer of the lease. I think I do. It was my question as well. But if the lease is, if the revenue is going, so should the expenses. So let's be consistent across the board. It has a significant influence on how various departments look, and I'd like to keep everything as equal as possible. And that's it for my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So it looks, whoops. Okay, that looks like all for you then, Mr. Schaefer. Thank you. Okay, note 2. Mr. Thomas is up for planning and development.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, members, or good morning, Your Worship, members of Council. My name is Craig Thomas, Director of Planning and Development. Please refer to Section 6 in the Budget Information Binder for details on the Planning and Development 2025 budget. Planning and Development Department works to create authentic places that are welcoming to all and meet the aspirations of our community for current and future generations. We achieve this through a wide range of land use planning functions, from setting the long-term vision for the city to reviewing development permit applications and proposals. Our department consists of 18 staff members across 3 business units: current and long-range planning, development planning, and safety codes. We manage 11 programs, which includes statutory plan review, safety code permit processing, administering the land use bylaw, and implementing the municipal development plan, just to name a few. Planning influences many aspects of daily life within the city. The land use bylaw project, for example, is intended to reduce administrative barriers while enabling more walkable and complete communities. In 2024, we updated our programs by making some name changes and consolidating programs, reducing the number of programs by 2. These changes better reflect the services provided by our department. And in 2025, we will be making adjustments specifically to our safety codes programs. We have a few adjustments for 2025. We anticipate increased revenue, particularly in safety codes review and administering the land use bylaw, which will cover the costs of 2 positions that were added to the safety codes and development planning units earlier this year. Key initiatives for 2025 include the 5-year review of the municipal development plan, completion of the land use bylaw project, and updating the city's industrial area structure plans. Planning and Development Department has 1 budget recommendation for 2025, the 5-year update to the city's municipal development plan. The MDP is the cornerstone of Fort Saskatchewan's long-term planning, shaping how the city grows in alignment with community goals. Adopted in 2021, the MDP includes a policy mandating a review every 5 years to ensure it reflects current growth forecasts, market trends, and community values. With the 5-year mark approaching in 2026, we will need to begin this update in 2025 to make sure that we are on track. This update will focus on strategic coordination with planning work that occurs in other departments. Additionally, instead of a separate open space master plan, we're proposing integrating open space planning into the municipal development plan update. This will guide policies for active living, outdoor experiences, inclusive public spaces, and recreation. Most of the update will be managed in-house, but we are recommending $50,000 to cover the costs of specialized consultants and community engagement efforts. These funds will ensure that we gather broad input and expert advice to keep the MDP aligned with the current needs and priorities. This will be funded from the operating projects reserve. For 2025, the Planning and Development Department has completed its annual review of fees and charges in accordance with Council Policy FIN 009C. This process ensures our fees align with guiding principles of benefits received, cost recovery, and service efficiency. Key updates for this year include inflationary adjustments to maintain the real value of our fees and costs. In addition, there are changes to better reflect the services that we provide. This includes a new flat fee structure for temporary industrial trailers. We're introducing a separate rates for trailers that are under 3,000 square feet and a separate fee for those that are over 3,000 square feet. This streamlines the application process and eliminates additional fees after the initial application. Also, we're proposing adjustments to the current and long-range planning fees. We've distinguished between fees for existing and new area structure plans, outline plans, and neighborhood structure plans to better reflect the work involved. And lastly, a significant fee change is to the electrical permit fees. Our electrical permit fees were disproportionately higher compared to our plumbing and gas permit fees, as well as what our regional counterparts would charge. So we've adjusted these fees to ensure alignment with comparable services throughout the region. And then lastly, we're proposing the removal of the fines and penalties from the fees and charges bylaw. Fines and penalties are located within the specific bylaw they pertain to, and as such, it doesn't make sense for duplication within the general fees and charges document. And that completes my presentation. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you. Councillor Harris, you're first.
Craig, Minister Nixon made some fairly sweeping comments the other day, and it was followed up by a comment from an official, Build Edmonton. Build is obviously the successor to the UDI. Anyways, Minister Nixon is quite concerned, or the provincial government is quite concerned about the length of time it takes to get permits approved. And so can you enlighten Council, I've got another question relative to safety codes, about the time it takes, sort of the clean permit, and it was around housing, to build a new house. How long does it take? If I walk in and I drop my permit application down to build a new house on vacant land, serviced vacant land, how long does it take to issue that permit and allow the contractor to start building?
Sure. Through you, Mayor Ketcher, to Councillor Harris. So there's a couple of permit fees or a couple of permit process that an applicant would have to go through: the development permit and then the building permit. I'd say comparatively we're quite good. We're probably, I would guess, in about the 80th percentile within the region in terms of our processing times. our service levels are within 2 weeks, and the building permit process is fairly quick. It's usually within a couple of days. So I don't know what the average time would be, but it's probably within about 7 or 8 days, I would say. So it's fairly quick. With the new land use bylaw, we are proposing significant changes to those processes, which should decrease our permitting time fairly significantly. At least that's the hope. We do still have to work through those processes, but that is the intent and the goal.
Yeah, I would suggest that that's something we want to be mindful of in relation to at least reporting through to council from this standpoint in terms of what our metrics are in relation to approval of these things, so that if the province continues to get uppity the way they are and making sweeping comments that I don't agree with, that we've got good opportunity to respond to it. Second question, relative to our safety codes permits, and I've done quite a bit of work in safety codes, are we actually doing physical inspections on all of our safety code fee applications, or are we just doing plan reviews, paper reviews, or are we doing a combination of both? In other words, I bring it in, my house has been at the framing stage, so I'm getting a framing review, and there's a cost for that. There's an electrical review, there's a plumbing. Are those actual physical inspections that we're doing now as opposed to paper reviews?
Through you, Worship Councillor Harris, yes. We do set out our specific requirements within the quality management plan. Okay. So anything that would require a permit, there is that inspection, and the number of inspections really depends on the type of permit that's received.
Yeah, because a number of municipalities in the past have done very few physical inspections, but lots of paper reviews, and it's ultimately led to significant problems from safety codes infractions. So if we're doing that, then that's a positive thing. I'm glad to keep that good work up then. Thank you. For sure.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon.
Thank you. Good morning, Craig. When I was going through this budget, I was taking a pretty close look at the programs we manage and the FTE counts and personnel costs. So I appreciated Councillor Kelly's questions about how we determine FTEs in different departments. So I just was hoping for more information, just as I look through your department, on what school planning and agreements, what makes up an almost half-time position on an ongoing basis? Like, what type of work are we doing so consistently that it takes up that much staff time?
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Macon. So over the last few years, the province required us to enter into joint use planning agreements with the school boards. That in and of itself has been taking up quite a bit of time. We do have relationships with the school board, and we do consult with them over and above that. But when that particular program was created, it was created due to the work that we would have to do to achieve those agreements. So I think the deadline is in the Q1 of 2025. So we will take another look at that and determine whether or not we would have that program going forward, which would free up some staff time to be allocated to other programs.
Okay, I appreciate the understanding. Thank you.
Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Thomas. Again, primarily because this is a difficult year, I think things like user fees come home to roost hard. I appreciated your revision summary on 610, but then when I start looking at your fee schedule on 611, I note many fees have an insignificant level of inflation applied to them. Mayor Katcher, I'm going to ask to flag the fee schedule for this department, because I would like to suggest that we should always apply inflation. It doesn't go away. It affects us all, and it affects us every year. And if we don't get it one year, we forever lose it, because we're not going to increase next year by 6% to catch what we missed last year. It's not going to happen. I know you have to deal with the fees and charges policy. And if in fact you can't increase a fee because of the fees and charges policy, I'd like that explained so we can deal with that later as necessary. So I'd like to flag it.
Okay, is there any objection to flagging it? Okay, I've got one that's saying not consensus, so I'll take a motion.
Then I move to flag the fees and user fees and charges schedule for the planning department.
Okay, thank you. I'll just give you a moment to put that up. Okay. Please cast your vote. Okay, and that's carried. Thank you. Are you finished?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas, for your presentation. My first question is about the MDP review that you're going to be doing. I know that you have different layers of documents up, down, and down to the land use bylaw, and that's something you're working on now. So how does this review affect all the other, like the ASP and outline plan and all the other documents you have in between? How does that impact all of that? So is the review going to include all of that? Because I know that I've heard that the land use bylaw is the main issue, right? So just how let me catch my breath. How are we going to deal with that review as we have all these documents that we have to deal with?
Yeah, thank you. Through your worship, Councillor Abatoy, it's a great question. So the municipal development plan, when it comes to the city itself, it's the highest level planning statutory plan. So we did a lot of work to create the document for approval in 2021.
5 years ago.
So in the document, it says that every 5 years you should take another look at it just to refresh it, bring it up to date. So since that time, a lot's happened. So we've accepted area structure plans within the annexation area. There is some policy, but we've identified that area as being future urban area. So we don't really necessarily consider it to be future urban area anymore. So we need to kind of update that policy direction within within that area. It is a very high level document, and it's also considered to be a future document. So it's a document for what the city is going to look like at 50,000 people. So it's not really something that is, we refer to the policies to make sure as we grow that when we do hit that mark of 50,000 people, it kind of aligns with those directions. But it's not a live document like the land use bylaw. So really what this is just kind of an update to make some adjustments to bring it up to date. And to also kind of reflect some of the administrative process that we're looking at as well. So one thing that we don't do in that document is do more strategic planning. There's various departments that does its own planning. For example, like parks planning, transit planning, those types of things. So we want to also look at how we can better coordinate that planning with the kind of the overarching plan that's set out within the MDP. Okay. So just, I guess, to summarize your question, it's not really going to have too much effect, if any, on the actual land use bylaw project. If it does, then we could look at adjustments kind of as we update the land use bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Just as follow up to that, so it's actually not 5 years. 5 years will be 2026. So are you starting the work in 25 and the plan is to finish in 26?
Through your worship, that's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. My second question is on your fee, where you have revision summary, so page 6-10. So you have a late cancellation fee less than 24 hours. So that's a new fee you're introducing of $50. And my question is, are there going to be exceptions to this rule? So, for example, if someone has to cancel for something significant like death or whatever, like, are there exceptions to that, or is it like a $50 fee, whatever happens?
Through your work, Councillor Abatoya, so that's specific to our inspections and our safety code fees. So if the idea there is that what the inspectors will do is they'll plan out their day, and so it might be a situation where, you know, there's a bit of a cost if they show up, and that inspection is canceled. So it's basically a cost recovery. It doesn't happen very often, but it's more of an inconvenience.
Okay. Well, I guess that's a no then, right?
Okay, Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, on the same topic, I just had a question, more a curiosity when it comes to reinspection fees and having to require a reinspection on myself a couple of times. I was through the lock grain department, but I know that it can be costly if it's a small project, for example, and it looks like you're proposing the increase of fees by about 1.5 times. So, given that, I understand you'll use your discretion on if that fee is going to be applied and how much is going to be applied to it. Can you just give me an idea of how often this happens? And obviously, if you're proposing these fees, it's happened enough to create a material effect on revenue for your department, and obviously with a lot more home starts and building proposals in Fort Saskatchewan. So maybe just some justification on the increase and what you're expecting to see from that.
Sure. Through your worship, Councillor Nguyen, so really this fee it's a cost recovery. So a lot of times the inspector will go out to a site, and they might have to, say, come back because certain things weren't addressed. And it's really in those situations where that particular fee would apply. So otherwise, without having that, then the builder could, for example, have that inspector come out multiple times under the original fee. So it just ensures that the builders they're basically doing what they say they're going to do, and if there is going to be a follow-up, then we can recoup those costs.
Right. Okay. So, and just for example, then, like, will this kind of apply to the magnitude of the reinspection? Say if it's one hose connection or one electrical box or something like that, right? And it takes 10 minutes as opposed to, obviously, the builder has multiple infractions, right? So maybe you can just describe that. And I'm just thinking from a person in trades myself that
Sure.
if it's something small that's out and they said, no, we need to see that, and all of a sudden it's $500 at the maximum end of your fees, obviously that can be seen as a bit of red tape for developers.
Yeah, thank you. Through your worship, the inspector will have that discretion to determine if it's something minor and fairly simple, then they're not going to take a hard line and charge that fee. So usually if it's a situation where it's more problematic, so it is a tool that is available to the inspector.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, that looks like all the questions for you, so thank you very much, and we will move on to economic development next. Aaron Brush Duncan.
Good morning, Your Worship and members of Council. I am Erin Brush Duncan, Director of Economic Development. To follow along, please refer to Section 7, starting on page 7-1 in your budget package. The Economic Development Department works to foster a competitive, resilient, and diverse local business environment. We serve the community and achieve this goal by attracting businesses and industry that provide services, goods, and employment opportunities, and supporting these projects from the initial site selection through the development process and into the operation phase, by collaborating with regional economic development partners to help position Fort Saskatchewan as a leading hub for industrial investment and growth, by acting as a resource for the local business community and potential investors, by maintaining current community analytics and responding to requests for information. The department is also responsible for activating the downtown and managing the city-owned land portfolio. Our department currently has 3 full-time positions and 2 full-time contract positions. All staff are located in City Hall. Economic Development manages 8 programs: business retention, business attraction, business licensing and economic development data management, land management, regional economic initiative support, downtown enhancement, leases and licenses for profit and not for profit. Some of economic development's major focus areas for 2025 include supporting significant industrial investments and projects, promoting our industrial advantages and opportunities to attract new investment, managing our incentive programs, and continuing work in downtown through our downtown development strategy, and continuing to support our local business community with business development grants and resources. Our programs we manage can be found on page 7-3 of the budget document. Although there were no significant changes made to economic development's programs we manage, there were some slight changes made in employee allocations as well as in program revenue due to a thorough review of our leases and licenses programs. To review the significant adjustments for the 2025 budget, in business attraction, on note 2, the advertising budget of $10,000 is being reallocated and consolidated into corporate communications. In business licensing and economic data management, for note 3, you'll see a decrease of about $13,500. Business license numbers are actually continuing to increase over the last few years. We've just adjusted the budget numbers to align with our actual past revenue. For leases and licenses, not-for-profit and for-profit, see notes 6 and 7, we are showing a revenue increase of about $130,000 due to a reallocation of funds from building maintenance and internal operation and custodial services programs. Regarding our fees and charges, this information can be found on page 7-5 of the budget document. The department conducted an annual review of its fees and charges. The Economic Development Department has 6 different types of fees, primarily in relation to business licenses as well as incentive applications. Fees were assessed for their relevance and necessity and were determined based on a pricing methodology that considers the direct and indirect expenses associated with each service, as well as alignment with our regional comparators. Considering the review process, Economic Development Department does not propose revisions to the fees and charges for business licenses for the year 2025 in recognition of the inflationary challenges many local businesses are facing, as well as a desire to ensure license fees do not become a deterrent for compliance with the business license bylaw. Economic Development is also recommending status quo for the existing Heartland Incentive Program application fee to remain in alignment with other municipalities in Alberta's industrial heartland. Economic Development is recommending a new $5,000 application fee for the Major Incentive Program passed by Council in June of 2024 to both align with our Heartland Incentive Program fee and to help offset costs associated with administering the program, including legal review of the agreements and audits. I'm available for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll take the first question. Under your business attraction, can you tell us how many businesses that economic development's actually attracted? And as part of that, how many calls do you actually go out to seek new businesses that we don't have in the community?
To your worship, thank you so much for the question. So with our business attraction, included in that, some of that will be kind of our outward marketing. So that will be some of our advertisements that we place in magazines and in site selection groups. It also includes us working with realtors and things like that to kind of help assist with what types of businesses might make sense to go into those businesses. In the past, we've attended different conferences like ICSC, which is where we're actively promoting the opportunities that we have here in Fort Saskatchewan. So we will help share information about population growth, some of our demographics to help attract those businesses. Recently, a lot of our focus has been on industrial attraction. So we respond to things like RFIs that come our way. We meet with those businesses if we're kind of moved through that site selection process. Also, we work with some of our existing industrial companies to talk about expansions and different opportunities there as well.
So to my question, maybe not so much for the industrial one, but more the commercial retail, how many can you actually put a pin in and say, I brought these here?
To your worship, I think that it's a difficult question for me to think about specific numbers. It kind of depends on kind of how you would classify, you know, like where the reason they came here. But we do get a lot of calls from businesses that are interested in Fort Saskatchewan asking for things like, you know, what is your population growth and what kind of opportunities do you have in different areas? And so I would say in the last year, we've worked a lot with different groups that are looking for instance to put in multifamily housing like rental units and things like that. I've worked with several businesses that are interested in the downtown, as well as several businesses that are interested in other retail opportunities. So I would say we get a lot of calls and a lot of it's just providing information.
Janelle?
Through your worship, just to add on Ms. Brush Duncan's comments, many of the national companies have a formula that they use to determine where their next locations will be. So it's not necessarily so much the economic development department reaching out to engage with these businesses, but more being prepared to answer questions as the phone calls come in. Next year, we are anticipating Fort Saskatchewan's population will likely tip into the 30,000 range. That is a level that many of these companies will look at us a little bit more closely as we move into that population amount. So we are expecting the inquiries to increase in the next few years.
Okay, if everybody will just indulge me with a follow-up to you. So when you talk about going into 30,000, your recommendation within this budget somewhere is not to do a census. So we sit at 29 something, and I realize it's only a hair under 30, but a lot of them, the difference between saying 29 and 30. So I would probably, I don't know where it's going to come up. Maybe in Ledge Services, I'll flag the census when it comes up, but that's just a comment that I would have. Okay, Councillor, are you finished?
No, just to follow up, I do believe there's a federal census coming in 2025. It may be 2026, but the Legislative Services Department could help out with that.
It doesn't. Councillor Kelly?
Do we trust the federal census?
It takes too long.
Typically, we have more confidence in the numbers that we get from the municipal census because we make a point of going out to fill the gaps that are left. We also include things like our visitors in the jail system, which are not included in the federal census. So.
Kind of what I thought. That's why I tossed it in. Thanks, Janelle. Aaron, I think you touched on my question, so I'm going to change my question a little bit. The business license fee showed a decrease, and you said, in fact, we have increased business licenses, so it causes me to wonder how it is we budgeted for that on an ongoing basis, but I'm not going to put Shannon on the hook. What I'd like from you, please, over the last 5 years, just give us a total per breakdown per year of commercial or industrial, commercial, and residential business licenses each year total, so we can see them and see what the growth actually is. That might in fact address some of Mayor Catcher's questions as well. I don't know. So question for information, please.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, I'm happy to get that information for you. Today, I do have the numbers for year to date through September, as well as 2023 and 2022, if that would be helpful. Would you like to wait for
you know what?
all
I'd like
five?
the five, just because I think it shows a bit of a longer trend, and there is a trend that you got to get before COVID, and then now we're out of COVID, so hopefully we never have to talk about it again. So that's.
Yeah, and I think it would be better to see it written down as opposed to just hearing the numbers. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So we'll take it for information. Councillor Blizzard.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So what is the big staff decrease? Salaries, wages, and benefits. And I'm looking at 22-13. It went down 177. Is someone allocated a different department? Did you decide you don't need all the staff?
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, I believe that is because we have a contract role that will be ending, I believe, Q2.
Okay, so just one position.
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, I would be happy to check on that.
I guess it's the contract signed, right? And whether it's one position or...
Sandruko?
Can you just state again which number you were looking at?
22-13, and it's the line item operating expenses, salaries, wages, and benefits.
For the one-time 2024?
Yeah.
So that is, there's two positions in 2024 that were contracted services one time.
Okay,
thank you. And the other thing I had, and maybe you can just explain it, because I was trying to think about it, and I don't remember if it's been explained adequately, but when someone gets a tax incentive, a big company, when do we see some of the money? How does that work? Do they not pay at all for X number of years and then pay the full amount, or is it after a few years incrementally? And maybe just refresh my memory if you did talk about it.
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, so the way that our industrial incentives, I guess all of our incentives are, our industrial incentives specifically are structured, is that they are given through the funding agreement a maximum amount that would be approved. It's typically the 2.5%. And then what happens is we receive once it's operational, the project is operational, we receive about 20% of their taxes, and the other 80% is that kind of incentive, and it goes on for a maximum of no more than 10 years or until they hit the maximum amount that was approved. So once it's operational, we should be receiving 20%, and that 80% is the maximum amount forgiven per year, and it goes up to either 10 years or the maximum amount that we had approved.
And in the meantime, they don't pay anything until it's built, or until everything's finished.
Until it's operational, that's my understanding. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Macon. Oh, you're off there. Okay, thank you. Councillor Nguyen. Sorry, just a second here. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Aaron. Just had a question on business license fees, non-resident fees. I asked a few questions earlier this year, if you remember. So just being in the trade that I'm in, so, obviously a lot of non-resident businesses operating in Fort Saskatchewan. This isn't specific to that industry or anything, but I was wondering if you could just give some feedback on, I guess, compliance, and a lot of those type of companies come in and out pretty quick. I know I've paid business license fees in other municipalities when I've worked there, and I'd also like to just maybe add in if you have been having some issues with compliance. I know the non-resident business license fee is about 3 times or more higher than the resident business license fee. So is that too high as a deterrent of for non-resident businesses paying that?
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen. So in 2024, we did do some business license compliance reviews. And one of those reviews was specifically in some of the new construction areas, looking at some of the contractors and landscaping companies that were coming in. And we did see some compliance issues, and we kind of worked through our process for that. So one of the things to note is for a lot of our non-resident business licenses, especially those in kind of the construction and trades and landscaping. A lot of those are, one, kind of caught through the permitting process. Two, they also have the opportunity to get a seasonal license, which is a 4-month license. So we're not requiring the entire $360 if they're coming in for just a set number of projects, you know, during construction season, during the summers, or snow clearing in the winters, that sort of thing. So we do have a seasonal license for that, which I believe is $180 for non-resident business licenses. We do have several more compliance reviews planned for in 2025. In relation to your question on how we fare compared to some of our other comparators in the area, regarding our resident business license, we're in some of the very lowest kind of in the comparators, and for our non-resident business licenses, we're about in the middle.
Okay, thank you. And just during follow-up question during compliance checks, I'm not sure how it works with subcontractors of builders and things like that. Obviously, it'd be very difficult to to catch all of those type of businesses. I'd assume they'd be longer than seasonal in Fort Saskatchewan if they're working on in multifamily units or a builder in different areas. Does that license apply to them, or is that encompassed in in a builder's business license?
Through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, any business that is actively doing work in the city of Fort Saskatchewan, according to our business license bylaw, should have a business license.
And that's what I thought. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harris.
Picking up on business licensing, when was the last time we actually did a functional review on the program? We're contemplating getting rid of animal licensing, which was almost a sacrosanct kind of, you know, you have to license animals. Well, we don't have to license animals. Do we have to license businesses? And if so, when was the last time we reviewed the scope of the program and whether it is actually achieving a positive outcome?
Through your worship to Councillor Harris, thank you for the question. So there are a lot of benefits to having a business license program, one of which is the data that we receive, what types of businesses are operating within the city of Fort Saskatchewan. We do ask questions about how many employees they have. We get great contact information from them, kind of what they're doing. We also use that information for our business directory. It also allows us to kind of, when we go through and we look and see kind of the business license trends, we can see where we're seeing areas of growth, or when we start looking at the non-resident business licenses that come in, we can kind of see a gap. Maybe there's a gap in the amount of resident businesses that we have in that particular sector if a lot of non-residents are coming in. Another benefit of the business license program is that if someone applies for a business license, especially a resident business license specifically, it does trigger a review of other required permits like development permits or building and safety code permits. So the business license process also supports ensuring that zoning and building codes are being followed, in addition to that providing valuable data to economic development. I do review some of the information that comes in from our business licenses every year, but I don't know that I have done a functional review of all of the specific impact. If you're asking for a formal study, I have not done one of those in my time here.
No, I'm not suggesting a formal study. I'm just saying, have we actually looked at it and say it's a value added? You gave me a number of, obviously, positive outcomes if that's the case. Good data. I'm not so sure if I still agree with that or not, but bottom line is if we look at all of the services we provide, every service we provide should have a functional review from time to time to determine that we actually are achieving positive outcomes. And that's, I guess, what PBB should be looking at. And so I'm just curious when anybody comes and sits in the chair you're sitting in and presents, you know, a program that, or a service we're providing that we actually can say categorically it's worthwhile, it achieves positive outcomes. And I don't know if we do that enough.
Through your worship, Councillor Harris, thank you. We do see a lot of value in the data that we collect from that. It does impact a lot of our decisions and things that we work on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you, Ms. Brush Duncan, for your presentation. And I agree with a lot of the comments you made. My question is on page 23-13. So I'm just looking at the line item for transfers to and from reserves. And I see that in 2024, we had about 206,000 that was transferred into reserves, and another 231 that was taken out. And I'm assuming maybe that was for grants. And I guess my question is, why are we proposing a much smaller transfer to reserves for 2025? Because I'm assuming these funds are from the business license fees.
Mm-hmm. Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, I would need to look back on that for a little bit more information to ensure I'm giving you the correct information.
Okay. Yeah.
Ms. Andruko?
So the line that you're looking at is combined with the transfer to and the transfer from. So the transfer to for 2025 is actually increasing due to the business licensing. The transfer from would be to support different one-time programs that economic development has put in place. So for example, like the land management program, there was some development marketing and outreach. Those were things that they did one-time projects in 2024. So in 2025, they actually have, so a second. There's actually like a reduction in the funding from reserve for 2025 because they have no one-time projects for going.
I'm sorry, I missed the last.
Sorry, they have no one-time projects in 2025.
Okay.
Going forward.
Okay.
So it is lower.
I don't know if this is asking too much or maybe getting too much into the details, but I wonder if there can be notes in this section just explaining. But I guess I'm asking for too much details. But I'm just wondering, right? I'm not an accountant. Like, you know how you have the note sessions where you kind of explain, like you kind of have like the 1, 2, 3, and kind of explain the details. Maybe that would be something that would be beneficial. But thank you for the details. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Round 2, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. My question kind of tags onto the end of Councillor Harris's line of questioning. I think I agree with you. I see value to the business license program. I don't see value as to why Fort Saskatchewan is, and I know our license fees are very, very low. So what I'd like from you, if I could consider it an information request, is an explanation to council, and I'm not asking for a book at this juncture, just an explanation as to why you feel our fees should be the lowest in the neighborhood. I think we should be middle of the park. I fail to see why we should be the lowest. So I'd like your explanation. And the fee revenue funds various things. It doesn't just fund council or government, it funds business programs. And I think there's some value in that. So comments as you see fit, and we can deal with it when we get them back.
Okay, thank you. And I've got 2 last questions. So it kind of triggered what Councillor Noyan said with all of the external non-business people that come in with the to build a house or the trades and things like that. So when a permit is taken out to build a house, I assume that they take out the planning and the electrical, the plumbing, all of that at one time, or do they have to come in separately? And I ask that question because if they come in separately, wouldn't that be the opportunity to ensure that contractor who's doing the work has a business license?
To your worship. So when people are pulling those permits, our internal process is that we check to ensure that they have an active business license. And if they do not, they apply for the business license at that time. However, there are some groups who do work that do not necessarily require pulling a permit. So therefore, it would not be something that's necessarily caught in that process. But anybody who has to pull that permit, we do ensure that they have an active business license.
Okay. Second question. It's kind of a hypothetical one. If our bylaw officers aren't out chasing dogs and animals, would they have opportunity to do maybe blitzes sometimes to see if people do have licenses?
To your worship, that is an option. We have been doing most of the blitzes using the resources within economic development. The reason why we've been moving forward at the pace we have been is it does cause a wave of permit volumes for the safety codes folks. So we're trying to space out the enforcement measures so that we're not overloading those people who have been exceptionally busy this year.
Okay, just a comment. Councillor Kelly in round 3.
Thank you. Again, from the last line of questions, it twigged another one. A home builder applies for a development permit. You would check to make sure that that home builder has a business license. What about the 30 subtrades that home builder would bring in that we wouldn't necessarily see? Is it expected that all of them would have a business license to operate inside Fort Saskatchewan?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, yes, anybody who is doing work in the city of Fort Saskatchewan is required to have a business license. There are certain trades where there's actually not a fee for the business license because they fall under I'm not sure exactly what that stands for.
Mine for sure. So would it be possible at the time the permit is issued to also get a statement or an oath from the builder that in fact all of their trades will have, or all of their subcontracts will have business licenses?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, it's something I can take back.
Give it some thought. Thank you.
Okay, that looks like that wraps up for you. I have been notified that lunch is here, so we will take a break. I think till 12:40 should be sufficient. I think that gives everybody enough time, so we will recess till 12:40. Okay. And we are live now at 12:40. We will resume the meeting. And our next one is Community and Protective Services, Culture and Recreation Services. Brad Babiak presenting.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. I'm Brad Babiak, Director of Culture and Recreation Services, and I'm joined today by Lindsay Poitras, Supervisor, Dow Centennial Center, Arenas, and Torres Field in the audience, as well as Naomi Switzer, Acting Aquatic Supervisor, Kayla Dow, DCC Expansion Project Coordinator, and Josh Jennings, Supervisor of Shell Theater and Special Events. The department's information is located on page 8-1 of your budget package. Culture and Recreation Services supports Fort Saskatchewan's thriving and inclusive community through performing and visual art opportunities, history and heritage programs and preservation, community event delivery and support, sport and active lifestyle opportunities, and community-based water safety initiatives and aquatic supervision training. There are 23 priority-based budget programs across the city's facilities, such as the Fort Heritage Precinct, the Dow Centennial Center, including the Shell Theater, Sportsplex, Jubilee Recreation Center, Arenas, Torres Field, Harbor Pool, and community facilities such as the Golf and Curling Club, West River's Edge, Legacy Park, and the Community Hall. There are approximately 87 FTEs that support operations of these facilities and deliver programs such as our aquatics, Truth and Reconciliation, Fort Heritage Precinct, and community event programs, as well as others. As a note for this upcoming year, we will see the reopening of the JRC's expanded and more accessible off-ice areas, providing enhanced experience for users and spectators. Pardon me. Page 8-3 of your package is where the department's programs we manage information is located. Some significant expenses for this year are approximately $167,000 related to the operating impact for project 2416 Aquatics Planning, Construction, Detailed Design. And this is for the interest on short-term borrowing, and this information is located in notes 15 through 17. There's approximately a $90,000 increase related to cost of living increases that appear under most programs due to staffing. There's approximately $59,000 related to that reopening of the Jubilee Capital Project, 22100. And this is due to the increased space, such as lobby, washrooms, and dressing rooms, and the related operation impacts, such as additional cleaning, supplies and equipment, and furnishings. This is located under page 10 of, or note 10, pardon me. And finally, there's a $20,000 reallocation transfer to Art in Public Places Reserve from the Reserve Transfer Program in Fiscal Services for the Water Tower mural under note 3. In regards to the program we manage revenues, these revenues are primarily based on fees and charges and their corresponding quantities and our allocation policies. Notable revenue increases for this year are approximately $220,000 for ice rentals, which is under note 10, approximately $106,000 for community booking rentals, and approximately $43,000 for indoor field rentals. In terms of this year's recommendations, administration is recommending 2 culture and recreation services initiatives in 2025, starting on page 8-7 of your package. The first recommendation is 12-0302 Aquatics Operation Expansion. The new aquatics facility concept is approximately 52,000 square feet, or double the size of the current harbor pool, and will contain a separate leisure, lane, and tots pool that will allow an expanded offering of programs and leisure opportunities. Based on this concept, operating costs such as staffing, utilities, supplies, and materials, and reserve contributions will increase. The operating increase cost, including the borrowing, will result in approximately a 9.2% property tax increase overall. This property tax estimate is based on a Class 5 estimate of $49 million, a 5.07 interest rate over 30 years, and a net operating cost for operations of $5.2 million annually. The 9.2% is a reduced impact from the initial estimates presented to Council during the infrastructure review due to Dow Chemical's approximate $5.6 million in support toward the design and construction that will reduce the long-term borrowing needed for the capital which reduces the repayment costs included in the annual operating expenses. The purpose of this initiative is to eliminate the remaining significant property tax from occurring in just the year of the opening of the facility. Due to the significance of this operational increase, incremental property tax increases are being recommended to be applied over 4 years, with 2% in both 2025 and 26, a 2.5% increase in 2027, and a 2.7% increase in 2028 to achieve the new required operation funding level for the opening of the new facility. Until the funding is needed, contributions will be made to the future facilities operating reserve. These contributions could result in a balance of approximately $14 million in this reserve. The planning assumptions for this project or initiative will be revised based on information provided for the Phase 2 approval of the final design and construction. That will likely come in 2026. And interest rates will be confirmed at the time of the borrowing for the project. The second recommendation is 74-0013, Truth and Reconciliation. The city has undertaken truth and reconciliation efforts since 2021. Previously, this work had been funded through one-time funding. Administration is now recommending ongoing funding for this initiative that will sustain the ongoing efforts to uphold the principles of truth and reconciliation through public events and programs that acknowledge Indigenous histories, cultures, and traditions. This will allow the ongoing contribution of the city's current effort, the ongoing continuation of the city's current efforts to move this work forward through relationship building, knowledge gathering, and education. The city will commit to hosting at least 2 events per year to celebrate National Indigenous Peoples Day in June and to commemorate National Day for Truth and Reconciliation in September. Program opportunities will include unique and opportunity-based small-scale initiatives such as workshops, small-scale events or engagements, and community-driven reconciliation projects related to the Truth and Reconciliation portfolio. Smaller scale programs provide residents with the access to Indigenous programs throughout the year and allow the city to remain flexible to opportunities that present themselves through relationships with Indigenous partners and residents. Events and programs serve as a highly visible and public-facing examples of the city's commitment to truth and reconciliation, and directly address a need noted to administration by Indigenous residents. And finally, I'll now speak to Culture and Recreation Services 2025 fees and charges, which are located in page 8-15 of your package. And these were reviewed using the updated user fees and charges policy FIN-009-C framework approved in 2023. From the review, 4 administrative procedures were developed: Shell Theater and Events, Culture and Heritage Programs, Recreation Programs and Services, and Rentals. Key factors in the review of our fees and charges are the pricing methodology, cost recovery, pricing strategy, and municipal comparators in the existing market. As most services are facility-based, the fee structure methodology is applied to all with direct costs, such as staffing, materials, and as well as the related utilities, administrative staff overhead, life cycle maintenance, and if there was to be any debenture considered as well. Based on the priority, and then finally, this is based on the priority-based budgeting expenses captured for each of the services. And we also follow the methodology that Richard had mentioned earlier about an additional 16% corporate overhead being applied to those as well. The fee structure is considered cost recovery for the degree of community and individual benefit derived from the service, from high community benefits primarily, such as those primarily for the community and only partially for the individual user's benefit, as well as moderate community and individual benefits and low community benefits. In addition, each service had specific key strategies, pricing strategies based on the type of service, whether spontaneous use, drop-in, program, or rentals, and considered key factors such as peak load pricing, for example, prime time hours in our arenas, the amenity comparisons with other facilities, our customer classes, so that would be age or type of the organization, nonprofit or commercial, or resident or non-resident status. Also the type of activities such as tournaments, special events, or rehearsals or performances. As an estimation of the value of the good, also an estimation of the value of the good or service to the individuals and the societal or community benefits, as well as considered our standard business practices and when those services are most needed, and the demand analysis of the goods and service in terms of whether or not the community actually makes use of the services we provided or not. Consideration was also given to municipal comparators and the existing market in order to assess the applicability, scope, and reasonableness of the city's recommended fees and charges against the existing fees and charges schedule. In addition, inflation was considered when estimating the cost of that good and service. Key highlights of the fees and charges review were the addition of a fee for intermediate first aid recertification aquatic emergency care. This is due to this program no longer being a supplementary program for lifeguards, it's no longer being provided as a supplementary program for lifeguards, and this is now an option where they must choose to maintain this program, and we're offering that through our leadership program. Overall, in terms of the revised fees, there are approximately 390. Overall, the fees and charges with the largest revisions of 20% or more were based on a combination of the individual benefit, commercial customer class, cost recovery, increased demand, and the ability of the market to absorb the increased costs. User fees less than 20% were more associated with the resident and age customer classes, cost recovery, inflation, and reasonable comparator and market considerations. In terms of a breakdown of these, there were 7 fees increased by more than 50%, 42 fees increased by 30 to 50%, 41 fees increased by 20 to 30%, 57 fees increased by 10 to 20%, and 38 increased by 5 to 10. There are approximately 97 increased by 3 to 5%, 104 fees increased by 1 to 3, and there were 3 fees decreased from 2004. These were based on correction based on last year's fees and charges. And just as a note, while I have mentioned the percentages, the degree of which the magnitude of some of these might be correlated to the actual size of the initial fee. So if it was only a $2 fee, if we increased it a quarter, it has or if we had a $1 fee and we increased it a quarter, it had a 25%. So sometimes the magnitude of the percentage is larger than, more impactful looking than it is in terms of a dollar amount. But that's not always the case. Finally, there were 4 removals from the culture and recreation fees and charges. The Shell Theatre and events ticket and facilities fees for public Elk Island schools and Elk Island Catholic schools were removed. The schools were no longer using this school ticketing package service that provided a portion of the ticket dividends paid towards their facility rental. So we stopped this. We're recommending stopping this fee. DCC specialized fitness service fees are also being recommended to be removed. The utilization rate of the service did not justify its continuation, but physical training opportunities can still be obtained by private trainers, but the private trainers must have their own accreditation and insurance and pay for their own entry into the facility. Also, all Aquasize youth 13 to 14 fees were removed for this age group as it was incorporated into the 15 to 17 years and senior student fees, as there is no differential in the prices. Aquatics leadership course swim lifeguard instructor was removed as this was a duplicate fee that was a redundancy. There is one change from your initial package that you have in front of you. Administration has one new recommendation based on recent feedback, and that is to remove the nonprofit community group fee for parking lot rentals. This is to better support community events in the downtown. Of the remaining fees that remain unchanged, this was primarily due to the price effect, maintaining the price over the course of a season for our rental clients. So, for example, hockey's new fees will not kick in until September of 2025. So their January to I think it's April fees will remain unchanged. And that's also the situation in some of the cases with the Shell Theatre in terms of those clients that have secured rentals long-term in advance. And so this is not to abruptly change the costing for them unexpectedly. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, we will get to questions. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Blizzard. Oh, sorry.
Thanks for the presentation and all of the information. I think I'm going to start right away with a flag because I'd like to discuss this more. The aquatics operation expansion and putting in the fee. I get where it's coming from and where it's going to, but I think in a year where our tax increase is already higher, this is something that we need to discuss and maybe put that off and look at it the following year when it's anticipated that we don't have inflation quite as high. So I'd like to flag that one.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions? We can have questions, still questions, but does anybody have any issues with having that one flagged? Okay. Nope, we're good on that one. So we'll flag that one, but there can still be questions on it.
Yeah, like I said, I think I just will talk about it more as a group and then maybe have that motion. But I think it could possibly be left until next year. The pool isn't open for a few years. We still have more time to put those fees in and kind of earmark them for the pool maintenance. So I think that's all I'll say on that one. Fees and charges, I was looking at them. So the kitchen facilities didn't have any increase. And I know it's probably not a big deal, but I'm thinking, like, do we put money in reserves for replacing the kitchen? Like, when we do go to replace it, or if there's maintenance on it, those do go up. So should it not go up a little bit?
Through your worship, the Council of Blizzard, we had some significant feedback last year about the current price of the facility. Okay. So it is one we did not recommend increasing at this time. It isn't used extensively, but it was noted for those who did use it that, yeah, it was a bit of a change, especially as we transitioned from an exclusive caterer where there was no kitchen fees associated because you had to use that caterer. And now there's a lot more flexibility in terms of you can rent the space, bring in your own food. And in those cases, that's where you would look to probably have a caterer come in. So yeah, that was one we purposely didn't move forward with just because of some of the feedback we heard.
Okay, thanks for the explanation.
Okay, I can put you back on if you like. Councillor Macon.
Thank you, Brad. Good afternoon. I'm going to start with a few questions on truth and reconciliation. So in last year's budget, for the 2024 budget, there was a $35,000 one-time grant request and a $5,000 ongoing staff training request that was tax funded. But it's my recollection that that wasn't totally approved. Do you?
Through your worship, Councillor Macon, that is not my recollection. Both of those were approved they were in our budget.
Okay.
So the 5,000 did go into the ongoing.
Yeah.
So now, and that funding is specifically to ensure that new staff or other new training opportunities related to truth and reconciliation or Indigenous culture can still be provided to staff ongoing. Okay. The 35,000, was one-time funding. That was approved, and that funded, again, two events I mentioned previously, our Indigenous National Peoples Day and then the Truth and Reconciliation Day, as well as some smaller programming opportunities throughout the year.
Okay. So when I look at the programs we manage under Truth and Reconciliation, my concern on this one is, so it says your non-personnel costs were $43,360, which would have been above budget, but also there's $45,000 in your staffing costs. And so in here we have a 0.3 FTE attached to Truth and Reconciliation. And when I look at what was suggested as what we were going to do for Truth and Reconciliation, it just doesn't seem to, that a 0.3, it just doesn't seem to fit, I guess, for lack of a better term. To me, it doesn't feel like that matches the scope directed by council. Like, we were looking at a couple events, and ongoing training, but like I'm having a hard time understanding how that is equivalent to a 0.3 ongoing.
Through your worship, the Councillor Macon. So the 0.3 is a representation of the amount of time primarily for myself, our supervisor, our former supervisor of the Heritage Precinct to contribute to that, and then a little bit of the staff time for some of those events. One of the initiatives for the Indigenous National Peoples Day was to do some additional programming for kids during the day, and so that's where a portion of that came through, and so that was absorbed partially by the plan to be absorbed by the FHP, but the rest of the dollars are just associated with and 43, because last year it would have been under that. This is what's proposed for this year, I guess, and that other non-personnel costs, I think, factor in some of it tied to our positions being allocated through PBB there as well, if I'm correct. So when a portion of our time is assigned to something, part of our other telecoms, other types of things like that are also included in there. So it's not necessarily a true direct cost to it, but it is associated based on the percentage of time we put there. Okay. If that makes sense.
So, and then just to finish off, I guess the thought on that is, so your proposed budget does appear to be a non-personnel cost of $43,360, but your budget request is less than that.
So this is for a funding increase. The other costs would be funding we already have available that we're reallocating, or that we've allocated over the course of this project. Just a reminder, back in, I think, 2021, when this first came forward, the supervisor of the Fort Heritage Precinct's time, I think, was budgeted at either 0.25 or 0.5 to start this work, but we were able to draw it down. And realistically, moving forward, as the city's been more engaged in these truth and reconciliation efforts, they've also expanded beyond just the events, but also to how we interact on land or other types of public engagement to have more of an Indigenous lens, but it's not necessarily increasing. We don't need an additional increase in staffing to do that. It's just being more purposeful with it. Provide a little larger context.
Okay, I'm going to come back to that.
Okay, Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Babiak. My first question is, I know it's been flagged, but I'm still going to ask my question. So we have certain amounts that we allocated potentially for each year up until 2028. And when I add that up, it's 5.25, which is your potential operating cost, including debt payments and harbor pool operations. So how have you factored in the Dow Chemical contributions in that number?
So through your worship to Councilor Abatoye, thank you for the question. How that's been factored in is the pool cost is actually $54 million. So what?
I'm sorry, repeat what you said. I didn't hear that.
Oh, it's the actual pool cost that was brought forward to council was $54 million. The number you see in here that we've done our calculations on is $49 million. So that Dow commitment has been reduced down to this $49 million.
Did we not approve an amount for design already for $5 million?
Yes.
So that's $5 million.
Yes, but I think that was approved before the sponsorship came, or the Dow investment came in. So it essentially means the Dow contribution will pay for that design. We will not have to use tax dollars for that.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Unless, sorry, and just to clarify, there is a bit of a schedule with the Dow money. So we may have to do some short-term borrowing, but it will be literally short-term until the Dow investments come in.
So just to follow up to that, what was the source of funding for that design money we approved?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, it was short-term borrowing.
Okay. So we're not taking a debenture anymore for that.
That's correct.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. Okay, my second question is also on this subject. So I'm going to come back forward. The truth and reconciliation question is, so how are we okay with an 11.28% increase? And I guess it's a question to Ms. Jagood-Smith. How are we okay with a potential 11.28% property increase this year, and we're not okay with a 9.2% increase in 2028?
Ms. Smith?
Through your worship. So if we were to take the smoothing for the pool and concentrate it to 1 year, it would be 9.2%. But then there would be additional expenses that the city would incur that would be in addition to that 9.2. So if we limited the city's spending to only that one purpose, you would achieve 9.2, but I don't believe that's reasonable.
Okay, so 9.2% is just the effects of the aquatics facility. Okay,
exactly.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm next in the speaking order. So I'll do the easier one first, the Truth and Reconciliation. So was it this year? Multicultural had one immediately before the city's one, and I was racing from one to the other. So when we talk about putting $40-some thousand in to do Truth and Reconciliation, can we not do something where we're aligned with multicultural instead of doing two separate events? And it's not just about giving them money, but it feels like we're almost in competition with them, and then the comments on Misinformed on Facebook where, oh, the city's only doing this, but Multicultural's doing all of this. So why do we need to put in so much more to, and they're doing something an hour before us?
Yeah, through your worship, we've had some conversation. Pardon me. This is still a relatively new area, and I think groups are still relatively kind of finding their ground in it. When we previously had worked with this Indigenous Society, they too had reached out, but I think each group has their own sense of what they want to accomplish, and not always do they align. But that is an option for us to pursue, is to do that, or to entertain any kind of request for the community grants program instead of funding it ourselves. It would just mean it wouldn't guarantee something happens each year.
Okay. I might come back to that after. Second question, going back to this future operating funding, and I know we're talking about smoothing, but a number of years ago when we were talking about having a swimming pool, and we said, well, we know there's going to be costs associated with, so the first year we put in like $400,000, and we said that was going to be part of a smoothing. Then the next year we put in another $400,000, and that actually built up our future capital project. But I thought that those monies that we were putting into that were actually going to, when the future project got built, that money would actually transfer into the operating costs. At least that was the bill of goods I was sold. So what changed? Janelle? And if you can't answer it, we can wait for Troy to get back.
Through your worship, or to your worship, yes, that was the intent several years ago. I believe at one point that contribution to the future facility operating reserve got up to $3 million. Over the years, as tax increases have come in, we have used a portion of that contribution to offset other increases in the past. I believe that number's now around $1 million, and that has been factored into the smoothing calculations to help prepare for this. But that is something that we could provide more details on through an information request.
Okay, well that'll come back as part of the flag, just so you know where I'm going with that one. Okay, let's see, round one, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Brad. I've talked about this, I think, every year for at least 3 years, but I'm going to beat it up one more time, so bear with me. When I look at your programs we manage, anything with the rental beside it, and to me, rental is fairly distinctive. It is rental. I suspect in all of these rentals, there's a significant service component that isn't described within the word rental. So the point is that rentals for sure should at least cover labor costs. And I think there's only one out of all of these where it even comes close. So I'm going to ask for an information from you, please. Let's focus on line number 2, theater and performing arts. Rental revenue of $208,000, labor costs of $522,000, and non-personal costs of $261,000 for a net operating loss on rentals of $576,000. I'd like for you, please, if at all possible, to provide council with a detailed breakdown on what it is that in that area, what's happening, we can't at least recover labor costs. And here's my concern. I'll be point blank. I think, or I suspect, or I fear that there's some labor allocation issues within these programs. I don't think that it should take 5.64 people to rent out the theater. I put it in your response. I'm giving my speech. You please. There's more to it, I know, but it's not captured here, and I need to understand it. So that's the first point or question. The next question is much more general. You increased some of the. You and I had a discussion last year about focused on particularly annual passes. I don't know whether you remember it or not, but I do. I noticed that this year there's some rather decent increases to that line item. But still, when I look at your budget for the swimming pool, for instance, it comes in at 31% cost recovery. It's extremely consistent, 31% cost recovery. So is there something within our fees and charges bylaw or our operations manual that says we budget these facilities at a fixed cost recovery rate and that's what we will work to, or is there something that says we're going to always strive to improve?
Okay, so two questions. So his first one's on the theater staff. You should stop and
Second one, but this one I expect an answer to now. If possible, if not, you can come back on it too.
Your worship, Councillor Kelly, if you'll indulge me, I'll just a high level answer start to answer the rental question, just so you know what to expect in terms of information. Okay. So when we say rentals, that isn't just the staff that take the bookings or actually work on the day. We're actually very fortunate at the Shell Theatre that we have a very strong volunteer base. So there's actually many more people there helping, but they're not actually being paid in terms of front of house. The other piece is that also includes our custodians, other FF&E fleet facility operators who do work on the building as well. So when we provide those details, you'll see that it's a breakdown of more of just culture and rec staff. It includes other staff as well, as well as their costs.
And I appreciate that. Could you then provide the same breakdown for theater and performing arts? Because I'd like to see how you break those costs down between those two.
The series, yes.
To my way, okay, you get my point. And I'll leave that one alone. Now back to the overall process for arriving at your budget numbers and always hitting the 31%, or at least this year and last year for the pool.
Through your worship, to Councillor Kelly, yes, there is, as part of the new process, we've looked at establishing targets, but that is only one piece of it. The consideration of even what those targets look like are based on those kind of key factors I mentioned previously. So, for example, in the terms of the pool, we look at what our amenities we offer in our pool versus others in the region to get a comparable factor of what we may charge less than others, but we also may offer less amenities than others. That's one consideration potentially, or that for sure happens with the pool. And this is one of the things with the new pool that we would look at is once we define what the amenities will be in there, that will change potentially how we compare to others, and that in itself may change the costing. The harbor pool has in fact not changed in several years. There's no new offerings or changes like that. We have had increases both in costs due to specific inflation items like pool chemicals and others that were much beyond regular inflation rates. And so we tried to adjust some of our fees and charges to consider that as well. And then the other piece is just reviewing this year, the benefits that derive from it. We do think there is an opportunity to increase the cost there. Our targets are really set now around our procedure, which would be our recreation and services program procedure. And we're going to try and look to grow that over the next 4 years with some increases beyond just what's inflation. but to purposely raise it up. But we also understand that in a few years we'll have a new pool and our fees and charges will look very different based on that new amenity as well as that new cost that comes with the pool.
Okay, Mayor Catch, I'm just going to conclude on this thought and then I'll sign back in. Thank you. I'm going to ask for you to put that in a written report as well. I've read multiple times our fees and charges bylaw. I find it incredibly subjective. And what I'm looking for is the detail and the analysis that you and your people go through to arrive at these fees. And as much detail as possible, because I'm really struggling with it, and I'm not trying to beat you up, Brad. But the less subjective and the more prescriptive that bylaw is, the more understandable it is. So leave it at that. My two requests for further information. Thank you.
So that's an information request. Is
Yeah.
that an easy one or is that a more complex one?
Yeah, to your worship, I would consider that information not readily available if you are looking for more details than what is in the administrative procedure for rec and culture. So that is one it would be helpful if there was a vote from council.
Yeah, I am looking for more detail, and I'm not expecting that response is going to change this budget. So I'm prepared to wait.
Okay.
And maybe your proper response would be to tell me to bring a notice of motion forward so that we can look at this bylaw again.
Yep.
Because I have an annual problem with it, and I'm probably, council's pretty tired of me talking about it on an annual basis. So if that's your motion recommendation, feel free to do so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll leave that one and probably have a notice of motion later. Okay, just a second. Still on round one, so it's Councillor Harris. You're next.
Looking at your budget, you have the sheep grazing program. Back when the program was first started, it was an economic development initiative. And I can understand, I can't remember when it was switched over in terms of budget allocations, but it's in your area now. And this is probably a question more to Ms. Dugan-Smith. What about the goat grazing program that we've got? Is that turf maintenance as opposed to an economic development thing that's done in the historic precinct? And the cost is irrelevant. I just was curious about, and I couldn't remember what the allocation was.
Through your worship, yes, that would be part of the open space and turf maintenance program. We used to use a contracted services that would apply chemicals for weed management, but because the weeds are so close to the river, that wasn't an option, and the goat program was brought in instead.
And I didn't see the goat program allocated specifically in the in the Parks Department. Did I miss that? Or?
No, you are correct. It is grouped into the open space turf maintenance. They are a contractor for that program.
Okay, so as long as we have goats in our parks, that will fall in that area, and this is an economic, or this is a recreation thing, historical reference, I guess. Okay, thanks. That's all I needed.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Noyen, you're next.
Yeah, just further to the user fee conversation, this is a little bit forward looking, but so when we have an aquatics facility attached to Dowson Centennial Center, my understanding was that there was going to be one pass, one fee to access the entire facility, and I think that's is kind of driving part of the design of the building. Obviously, that's going to increase the user fee for people who are solely interested in using the track or the gym or any other part, and at that point, those users that are traditionally only interested in that part of the facility are going to say that's too much because I only want to use this part. So how are we sort of planning ahead, I guess, to forecast this user fee model for that new facility when it comes?
Through your worship, the council, yes, thank you for that question. So, I wouldn't say we've definitively set that as our pricing methodology or the model we want to use. Actually, the next year, as we work on the design of the pool, we will also be looking at our fees and charges and overall how that would fit in. And to your point, if such a single use fee was there and it now is $15 or $16, and then we would have to be conscious that yes, there are just single track users or other things that may not see that as being a benefit, and we would hate to necessarily lose them. So I think we will, over the next year, take time to look at what model works well and maybe still have some dedicated membership or pass options that are not necessarily the entire facility, because we still will be able to regulate where people come in and what they use. So it doesn't have to be that way, but we will take a year and we will come back to council with what our approach will be in terms of how we move forward, because we want to do that work to help further refine, once we have the amenities and everything else, what a potential costing strategy and fees and charges will look like for the new aquatic center and potentially the Dow Centennial overall.
Yeah, okay, and that's kind of along the lines that I thought you'd answer. I'll save my discussion points for when aquatics comes back with this smoothing. One small question, because I just don't understand how the intermediate first aid aquatic emergency care being a supplementary program. The wording was a little bit difficult under the revised user fees section, and I didn't quite understand when you mentioned it. So are we we're deleting based on workplace first aid requirements? We're deleting, and I know it's not a large budget item at all, but certainly affects the competencies that our lifeguards have.
Yeah, and through your worship to Councillor Nguyen, yeah, I think I did stumble a bit there, so happy to have Naomi clarify for me.
Thanks.
Yeah, so the workplace first aid requirements have changed recently, and we used to be able to bundle together our intermediate first aid recertification with our national lifeguard certifications. Doing that would no longer meet the hourly requirements for that course within the workplace first aid standards, so we have to have it as a separate day because it wouldn't fit in with the same fee that it was before with the NL.
I see, so there's 2 courses, 2 fees down, that's the only, okay, thank you.
Okay, you're good. Going on to round 2, Councillor Blizzard.
Fees and charges. So with the theater, I get when we have community groups or even residents and you have a break on it because we want to encourage local use. But when we get out of town, people coming in and renting, personally, I think it should be, if not cost recovery, it should be pretty darn close. And do we have close to that? I know they are higher, quite a bit higher than nonprofits. So, how's our cost recovery with that?
Through your worship, the Council Blizzard, I have to look more closely at exactly what it is. In terms of a breakdown, don't have that level of detail on the individual fee handy between the two. But you are absolutely correct. We do charge substantially more for commercial, and we are forecasting that we will be able to continue to increase that to help address that gap as well. One of the things in terms, and this touches briefly on Councillor Kelly's questions too, about the rentals piece, is a significant portion. It is our nonprofit and residents. And so by extension, if more of our volume's there, we're getting a lower lower pricing than if we were just to focus on commercial. There are other communities that have shifted to more of a commercial focus at basically pushing their community groups out of the theater and have better cost recovery. So that could be a direction that council gives us if they wanted the theater to have a better cost recovery piece, because part of it is just who is using the facility and what they pay essentially or can afford to pay correspondingly.
Yeah, that's not why I brought that up. I don't want to see our local groups pushed out, but I think if another group comes in, because I have volunteered at the theater at times, we don't do so much the dance and stuff, but I do know the dance studios love the theater, and I've been in there where they've had theaters from Spruce Grove, places that have their own theaters, come all the way here because they prefer ours, and I would think that maybe you're already looking at what the comparables are with their fees, but if they're coming here, they obviously like us. And I would just think that if one comes from out of town, they shouldn't trump a local group, but they should certainly pay their fair share. Anyway, that's one, just a comment on there. And I also saw that I know you rent cameras for recording some of these shows, and there was no increase on those fees. And is that another one that's already been compared and we're high? Or I just think when someone has a camera, if all of a sudden you said, it's not 200 this year, it's 220, they would just say, sure. So, why would we not go up because the cost to replace or fix is in there? Hello, Josh.
Through your worship to Councillor Blizzard, hello. Nice to see you. This was our first year running the actual video services program. We did want to make sure that it was coming out of the pandemic, that we had a fair value for it represented. And we found that within the market, but also within our clients, that this was able to maintain the amount for replacement and maintenance of the service itself, and still without an increase at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm next in the speaking order. So the question that I have is on your rentals of Lions Pride and Lions Main, especially when it's tied to the kitchen, because I go to most events and it feels like a lot of the groups or the events that I've gone to this year feel like they've been pushed out because of the cost. So can you just talk to me about how the rentals are going for those facilities? What have you heard? Because I know what I've heard, so.
Through your worship, I can start off, but then I'll ask Lindsay to further supplement it. We have started to see we've seen increased rentals of those spaces, and that's not necessarily, or part of it is due to now the freedom to bring in their own food or caterers or whatever it is. It also allows smaller events to also use those spaces and not have to worry about, again, meeting minimal thresholds for food and other things. So we have heard some positives around that, but I'll let Lindsay speak overall to it.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Your Worship. So the rental fees for the Lions Main and Pride, those rental rates, as soon as that we did not have the exclusive caterer anymore, they've stayed the same, with annual increases, but those prices have always been the same. So whether you use the caterer or not use the caterer, that was the pricing for those spaces. We have heard some of the, for some of the kitchen fees, maybe for some of those smaller groups, the full kitchen fee is, I guess, a little bit more substantial than what they would think. Other facilities pay a corkage fee almost for their plates and stuff. So if you were to have 60 people, they charge you per plate. So we kind of went with a middle of the ground option for the full kitchen rental. So that there, we have seen an increase in our rentals, and just the other opportunities that can take place. So for example, we'll have a lot more birthday parties or anniversary parties, that type of thing, where they did not book the space previously because of the use of the caterer.
Okay, so then my second question, so you book Lions Pride or Maid for a birthday party, is that, so you have Boys and Girls Club and they're going to take it for a day and a half because they've got a night one, but you've got a birthday party that's renting it for a couple hours?
So some of the birthday parties, Your Worship, would be large birthday parties, 50th birthday parties, where they were booking for the whole evening, kind of the same as the Boys and Girls Club would book for their gala in the evening. So not just a 2-hour rental for a child's birthday party would be in that space.
Okay, I appreciate that. So I can go back and tell people it's renting out. Okay, thanks. Councillor Macon.
Thank you. I don't want to make it seem like I don't support truth and reconciliation. I just want to make sure that I understand this budget. And I just want clarification of something I thought I heard you say in your comments, was that this was an increase to previously approved allocation.
Through your worship, the Councillor Megan, if I said that, I misspoke. Okay. This is on par for the last 3 years, I believe. It's been whether the funding's been ongoing or one time, the total amount has been around $40,000 every year. So I don't think we've seen any substantial increase here. Oops, maybe I'll just double check I'm not misspeaking. Sorry, Karina.
Miss Andruko, can you just, Miss Andruko?
Yeah.
Can you just clarify, because he said whether it's ongoing or one time it's the same. Can you clarify if it's the same or if it's new because it becomes tax dollars?
So this is ongoing for this year. And in the prior years, it was one time. Does that answer your question?
That's what Councillor Macon's asking, the difference.
Yes. So yeah, the difference would be we're using grants or the operating projects reserve.
The base budget is continuing to be the same, just the source of funding.
Just the source of funding is different.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So then when we approved this in 2022, it was a 7-year project. So my question would be is that why would we change this to a tax funded program now before we see out the 7-year plan?
Through your worship, the council making excellent question. I would just suggest we deviated from the original plan year 2. There was quite a few things. At that point, it was an $80,000 request. Part of that was to develop specific, unique training here in the fort. By the end of year 1, it became clear that there were other training opportunities out there, and that wouldn't have necessarily been a good investment. So we did a pretty big about face in year 2. And the other thing that we've really heard from the community, to simplify it, is not for us without us. And that generally was saying the Indigenous community wanted to be part of the discussions. I can't speak to how much conversation took place in 2021 when it was initially scoped, but what we've heard from the community has kind of changed from what that initial plan was. And so we've kind of focused on trying to address the Indigenous, or at least respect the Indigenous community's comments about what they would like to see. And this is why we've come up with this mixture of some small programs, but events. So.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. Okay. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. I had a whole bunch of questions, Brad, on individual fees. I honestly believe, though, that I'm not going to get into it. I think I'm going to need a notice of motion, and we're going to have to, council, I think, really has to go into that policy or bylaw again. I do want to share an observation with you, a generalized observation on your fee schedule. I honestly believe it's way too complicated, and that calculating things to the penny when the government of Canada doesn't even manufacture a penny anymore is a waste of time. I would like to suggest that you look at any way possible to streamline that multiple page fee schedule and make it easier to work with and understand, and that you round things to a number that makes sense from maybe a GST perspective. Do we even charge GST? Secondary question.
Through your worship, yes.
We do?
Yeah. And so.
Is it always included or is it over? Maybe that's the point I'm missing. Never even thought of that.
So the fees and the fees and charges do not include the tax, the GST.
Do not include. So if I were to add the 5%, would it get me to a round number on these fees, or do you you don't consider that?
Through your worship, yes. You're not seeing. So one of the pieces in the fees and charges is called convenience pricing, and that essentially is to get to a more holistic number. So for many of these, if you did apply the 5%, you would get closer to a set, like
to a 50 normal,
cents instead of 38 cents.
Okay, that answers that particular. Thank you. Now I understand. Simplify it as best you could. It got to be cumbersome as heck to work with, and I fail to see the need for it. I think it's a false sense that we get. What am I searching for here? An illusion of competence when we break it down to that kind of detail, or security maybe is a better word. We don't need it. Strong recommendation. Thank you, Brad.
Okay, Councillor Nguyen.
An impressive fact, I just calculated some of the fees and they're all bang on the rounded or at 50 cents. So yeah, I just had a couple other questions just in regards to what's happening with Truth and Reconciliation, because we haven't heard too much lately. So not going to discuss the budget at all. So we have the 2 days that are funded by the city. Are we working with the society at all? Is there a society? I know there was talk about discussions with elders. Just what? Yeah, I guess maybe where are we at with these individuals and the user group, or the stakeholder.
Through your worship, yeah, we continue to engage with the individuals from the society as well as other stakeholders in the community. I would say we've expanded out to engage more directly with residents rather than just through the society. And I think there's some benefits to that in terms of hearing directly from others, but we also know that those members of those societies continue to take part in our engagement. So it's a bit of a mixed bag of both, but we're hearing essentially from a very similar group of people, whether it's formally through the society or just out in the residents.
Okay, yeah, thanks for that high level comment, I guess. And lastly, do you know any numbers from either of those events, or just gauging how well attended and how many people are showing up at September and June 30th?
Through your worship, I don't have the numbers for this year's National Indigenous Day because it was I literally just couldn't find it in the files. But I did attend the September 30th one, and we had approximately 73 people at the West River's Edge for what was called an open mic night, where we invited Indigenous performers to come and not only perform, but also share their thoughts in Truth and Reconciliation. The 73 worried me because I had to check the fire code. It was good for 80 because it was standing room only in certain places. So we've had really good attendance that way. And then in previous years, overall, and this would be not individuals, but in terms of looking at previous events, we saw in 2023 around 1,100 participants. Many of those could have been the same people coming back through different events. We also had a few more events in 2023 because we had some additional round dances, so there was more opportunities for that there. This year was a smaller thing, so the numbers wouldn't be quite that strong. So most events are fairly well attended in terms of getting to the hundreds mark. So in that kind of area is what we typically see.
Great, thanks. And that's all I was looking for, a short update.
Thank you. Councillor Batoye.
Thank you. Thank you again, Mr. Bayback. So on the subject of truth and reconciliation, just looking at what you want to use this funding for, and it seems like there are things that we currently are doing already. So how have we funded the program in the past, and is there a service level increase with this request?
Through your worship, no. As we said, this is more of a change of funding source, that this would now be funded annually through property tax instead of one-time funding. The scope of it isn't envisioned to change. This is kind of the model we've looked at the last couple of years, and then just having some money for opportunities as they come up through the year. Again, trying to be responsive to the community and what they'd like to see, or if an opportunity for a certain piece of training or a performer to come up that we think would really benefit the community, and whether that's at the Shell Theatre or elsewise, we would have funding available to do that. So no additional scope increase. It's just going from one-time funding to ongoing base funding going forward is the request.
Okay, thank you. So my follow-up question to that then is, are there maybe grants, funding, or sponsorships that we can get as a source of funding for this type of work? Because I know that the federal government supports Truth and Reconciliation. There's so many grants funding out there. Can we take an advantage of those instead of charging this to property taxes?
Through your worship, we could undertake trying to get those grants. It would just be a question of whether we're always successful, and if we want, essentially, do we want to ensure the events happen annually or not. We definitely do look for sponsorship. Some of the initiatives the city has already undertaken has actually come from community partners actually providing funding to the city for example, the additional flagpoles outside for the Métis Nations and Treaty 6 flags were actually provided from a partner. So we do look for those opportunities. So the only risk I would say is if we're not successful with funding, that we may not be able to provide those or provide that event kind of thing, unless we were able to secure a multi-year type of funding. So, and to your point about the federal government definitely does have some dollars out there, but this is also a lot of communities and groups and stuff go after that funding. So it is very competitive.
So there's partnerships that we can take advantage of then.
That would be ideal, yes.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I've got one question that's not related to those two, because I know you talk about staff and the costs of your different events and that. So this year, Alberta Days and Sheep Leaving Days were 1 day apart. 1 day. Do you believe it would hurt the community that much if we moved the sheep leaving to the same day as Alberta Days? Because you've got staff working on 2 separate days, and the first day you maybe had, 30 people show up, and then the next day you have 1,000.
Through your worship, that is something we've been having discussions on about how to best leverage if the provincial government's going to continue to provide grants for Alberta Days, how we could best leverage that. It's unfortunate currently their grant has set certain days of eligibility, so we weren't able to actually move it to the Monday. We actually had to do it during the weekend. So we are now considering reversing it and making a change to our event as opposed to theirs. So
okay.
it is we are giving it thought.
Okay. And I only asked that question because you've got staff out there on 2 days, and people said nobody came out to Alberta Days, but everybody comes out to Sheep Days. So, maybe by doing that, Alberta Days would actually get more recognition as well. So I just want to ask Council a question, because I heard probably at least 5 people asking on Truth and Reconciliation. Does anybody want it flagged for more information, or people are good? Councillor Macon? Go ahead.
I'll flag it for a discussion on the source of funding.
Okay. Does anybody have any objection to having this flagged? No objections? Okay, so it's flagged, but you can ask a question. Just a second. So it's good for flagging, no? Okay, go ahead.
Well, it's more of a generic question about the whole process. I think we're all committed to truth and reconciliation, but where do we get to the point where it becomes just the way we function as opposed to having to have a separate program for it? We're obviously not there yet, so it's a rhetorical question about when do we not have to have a program for that, because it's what we do. It's part of our cultural mosaic, if you will. And so that's a rhetorical question, and I float that because we do this thing at the start of every meeting, and does it really accomplish anything? Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, but it's almost like we have to have a conversation about it at a higher level at some later time.
Okay, so I think Council, when that comes back, we can have a conversation if we want to have a notice of motion later about having a conversation about it. Okay. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you. I actually thought about flagging this one, but I just feel like the amount is so small, can a difference. However, my question is, can you bring back information about what types of grants are out there that we can take advantage of as a city for truth and reconciliation? And maybe in that reports you can, I know there are community groups that have gotten grants funding as well. Maybe you can itemize what those grants are as well. Thank you very much.
Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, just on the flag as well. Community grants are being provided to Multicultural Association, and I wasn't aware that they were involved in hosting. Sorry. I wasn't aware that they were interested in hosting. I believe it was Truth and Reconciliation Day you mentioned. So maybe as part of the flag, you could give us some further information on if they'd be willing to collaborate with the city. I know that'd be reaching out to them, but if there is an opportunity there for joint hosting or the city facilitating from the back end if they wanted to host it.
Okay, that looks like all the questions. So it's 1:44. I have been asked for a comfort break. We'll go with 6 minutes. We'll have you back at 1:50. So run. Time. Okay, it's 1:50, so we will start with Protective Services. Corrine Rayner presenting. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Corrine Rayner and I serve as the Director of Protective Services. With me, I have Inspector Barry LaRocque in the gallery and Sergeant Ben Sharp to help support this presentation. The Protective Services budget can be found in Section 9 of the budget document. I am pleased to present the 2025 Protective Services budget for our department. The policing service is a collaborative effort where the RCMP and municipal enforcement work together to ensure the security and well-being of our residents. Community safety is the foundation of the programs that we manage, and each service complements the other to address a broad spectrum of safety needs. This collaboration extends beyond the work of our dedicated officers. We actively engage with stakeholders, community organizations, and residents, working together to create a strong network that supports effective and responsive policing. This teamwork allows us to better understand and address community concerns, ensuring our city remains a safe and welcoming community. The city contracts a total of 34 RCMP officers to provide policing services in the community. These resources are split between the general duty response to calls for service and specialized policing units. These units support and focus on dedicated activities such as the school resource officer, general investigation section, and the domestic violence coordinator are just some examples there. Municipal Enforcement Services has 9 full-time community peace officers and 2 casual peace officers. They balance the education and enforcement to assist the community to uphold the values and standards that are set within our bylaws. The RCMP and municipal enforcement officers are supported by a team of highly dedicated and professional police clerks and 1 protective services crime analyst. Protective Services has 8 programs that we deliver, found on page 9-3 of the budget document. A few examples of the programs are the general duty response to calls, specialized RCMP units. So our policing contract is split between those 2 programs. Municipal enforcement and animal control are 2 of the major programs. And then traffic safety is an important priority for the city, and we do have 3 programs dedicated to helping us achieve our goals to reduce the frequency and severity of collisions on our roadways. The Protective Services 2025 budget is set at $9.4 million, and our total projected operating revenue is just over $1.2 million. This revenue includes fines and penalties, user fees and charges, and we have a $677,000 provincial policing grant that is also applied to our budget. After conducting an annual review of the priority-based programs we manage, I have done some reallocations within our budget, within the programs based on the operational needs and to better reflect an accurate picture of how that RCMP contract is utilized within our programs. There are a few significant changes within the Protective Services budget this year. The city is seeing a cost increase to the RCMP contract of $716,000. The RCMP have forecast that the per member rate for 2025 is going up to $229,000 per officer. This is an increase from $216,000 that we budgeted for 2024. And the main drivers of these increases is that there was an 8% pay increase for RCMP officers, and there are additional increases in the operating and capital costs, as well as those divisional administration costs for the management of the RCMP. You will see this cost increase split between the 2 programs of general duty policing and specialized policing units. In June of this year, the province announced to city administration they are making significant changes effective December 1st to the automated traffic enforcement program for Alberta. The changes to the regulations will affect traffic safety and our ability to educate drivers about speeding through our roadways in the city. And the result of this is going to be a revenue reduction of $2.2 million, along with an additional reduced expense related to the ATE contract of $715,000. Protective Services has two budget recommendations starting on page 9-5. Budget recommendation 26-0018 is for one full-time community peace officer dedicated to traffic and commercial vehicle enforcement. This is a cost of $113,000 annually and comes with a revenue forecasted of around $60,000. This position is related to the provincial changes to automated traffic enforcement and is a strategy to mitigate the decrease in traffic safety tools available to the city in managing speeds and risky driving behavior on our roadways. An additional peace officer dedicated to traffic safety will allow one CPO dedicated to traffic and commercial vehicle enforcement to be positioned on each of the watches, which would cover 7 days of traffic safety enforcement. This officer will also be able to focus on commercial vehicle enforcement as well as the new dangerous goods bylaw that has just come into effect. An example of the importance of commercial vehicle enforcement is that our officers recently conducted a commercial vehicle traffic operation where 40 commercial vehicles were pulled over and 50% of those vehicles were placed out of service. So this work is important that we're doing, and an additional officer will definitely assist us with that traffic safety initiative. Traffic safety continues to be a priority for the city. It is identified as one of the RCMP policing priorities as well. With the growth of the community and upcoming increase in traffic volumes due to the major industrial projects, it is imperative to have uniformed officers conducting traffic enforcement to help us continue to work towards Vision Zero. The second recommendation is number 26-0020, found on page 9-9. This request is to add $15,000 to the municipal enforcement budget and is required for animal rescue and shelter contract fees. This additional funding will assist to maintain our current service level of accepting animals for a temporary stay within the animal kennel until they are either surrendered to a shelter or their owner is found. Municipal enforcement service level around accepting and holding animals is to provide a temporary holding facility to keep animals for up to 72 hours to reunite them with their pet owners. We currently work with a list of 26 different animal shelters throughout Alberta that we contact to try to place animals, and we do have agreements with 2 of those shelters that we contract with. A single cat can cost up to $1,000 for a shelter to provide veterinary services, until they adopt them out, and those costs are then relayed back to the municipality. On to the Protective Services fees and charges. They can be found on page 9-13. Protective Services fees and charges consist of our animal kenneling fees and the cat trap rental. Protective Services conducts an annual review of our service fees and charges for their relevance within our service level. Other considerations of the fees and charges are given our pricing methodology, cost recovery, looking at the direct and indirect costs, inflation, and lastly our comparators. Protective Services user fees are partially tax supported with 100% of the direct costs recovered by the user fee. The other indirect costs, such as capital, are the portions that are tax supported. We have recommended to Council the elimination of the animal licensing requirement within the Protective Services responsible pet ownership bylaw. And so those fees have been removed from our fees and charges portion of the budget. We are proposing a change to the cat trap rental fee to align with our priority for the responsible pet ownership bylaw and helping residents to trap unwanted cats that are on their property. We've previously charged $50 to rent out the cat trap, which we don't typically do that rental. So we've propose that we remove the rental fee and offer that service for free. There is no additional cost to municipal enforcement, as we already have all of those cat traps. Many of our other surrounding municipalities do provide that service for free. We believe that it will go a long way to help us with the new plan for the responsible pet ownership bylaw. That concludes the Protective Services 2025 budget presentation, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Okay, thank you. I'd put myself down right away. So the first one that I think everybody will want flagged is the automated traffic enforcement, and the question is to Miss Duguid Smith Duguid, sorry, Smith Duguid. Okay, this is one of the ones that you potentially had for a smoothing to bring back to us if we asked?
To your worship, yes, this is a program where the changes are anticipated. We don't expect the changes to be in effect as of January 1. So we could move forward with assuming that a partial change will happen throughout the year or no change, and then using reserves to offset the impact if the changes come into effect mid-year.
Okay, does council have, doesn't have to go under my name, but does council have any objection to having that one flagged? It's for the smoothing.
I have no problem, but I'd like more information on it before we close it out right now, if possible.
Okay, that's fine, but just note that, yeah, anybody can put the flag on at some point. I'm just throwing it out there now. Because then I'll have to ask the question. The second one that I have, and it's not related to these ones specifically, but when we approved earlier, we approved an RCMP officer for 2025 and 2027, but through the update that we heard, we said, well, we only budget for X amount, and you know, we say we have this many, but we only budget for this. So I guess that's a question, and I'm just throwing it out there for council to think about it, is, you know, should we be looking at requesting an additional officer earlier than 2027 based on the information we've been provided? I'm throwing that question out. You don't have to answer it. Maybe somebody else will weigh in, or I'll come back to it. Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly, you're next.
Thank you. I have questions, but my first two are going to stem from comments that were just made. You referenced a 50%, I think a 50% fail rate for a commercial vehicle program. Is that a recent program? I missed exactly what you said there.
Your worship, through to Councillor Kelly, no, commercial vehicle enforcement has been part of our service level since 2022. So we have our traffic officers conduct commercial vehicle enforcement inspections. And what I was referring to, I was giving you an example of a recent traffic operation where they pulled over 40 commercial vehicles, and 50% of those vehicles failed the inspection. And so they were taken off the road and issued violation fines.
Does that information form a part of the table that you provide on 9.6?
Through your worship, to Councillor Kelly, no, it does not include it in there. I don't.
Okay, because we had comments.
It was a recent one, sorry. It was just a recent one before.
That was my question. It was a recent program.
Yes.
Okay, not a recent program, but a recent action.
Yes, that's correct.
We had comments like this within the last couple of years, which raised everybody's eyebrows. And then we were told that most of the infractions were relatively minor. I don't know what relatively minor is, but not life-threatening in normal situations going down the highway. So, and the one you're talking about, if it's out of action, it's because it needs to be out of action, or is it because of a technicality like, I don't know, maybe they don't have a proper red flag in the truck for breakdowns. I don't. Any comment on that?
I would ask Officer Sharp to come forward, and he can clarify that with you.
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, when a commercial vehicle is placed out of service, and that's the tag that it's given, is because of a safety malfunction on that vehicle. So anything that's placed out of service wouldn't be for a minor defect. There's actual classifications within that inspection process of pass, defect and requires attention, or completely out of service, that vehicle should not be on the road as a safety liability.
Thank you. That makes it pretty obvious, and raises my eyebrows. I'm not surprised, but it raises my eyebrows. The second question's probably headed to the second row seats. I thought we were told, or it was suggested strongly to us, that the automated enforcement would be gone before the end of this year. Are you now thinking, case? What's the scoop there?
Through your worship, we have received updates from the province that they do not believe January 1 will be the start date.
Geez, okay. Anything better than that? Like, could it be December 31? What are we getting here?
We don't know for certain, but we do expect it will come, if changes are made, it will come into effect in 2025. The safest option for council is to remove the dependence on this revenue because it is unpredictable. However, what level you want to go to remove that dependency, that is an area of discussion if council wants to smooth the impact.
Through the Mayor to Councillor Kelly, just to add some color to Ms. Smith-Duguid's comment, the administration will be receiving an update from the province by December 1st of this year that will provide specific direction as to the future of ATE in the province. So on December 1st, before we pass this budget, we will have that information and have a bit more information for you to be able to make that decision.
So by smoothing, then really what you're suggesting is we could pass a budget assuming this program stays in effect till July 1 and simply adjust by 50%. That's sort of what you're suggesting?
Through your worship, that is correct.
Thank you. I'll come back on.
Okay. Councillor Macon, you're next.
Thank you. Hello, Corrine. My question is just on the new traffic position. When we approved the commercial vehicle position a few years ago, we were given some data as to like anticipated fine revenue that position could bring that would help offset the cost. And I know that was likely a kind of a selling point for council because it wasn't exactly, it wasn't a huge amount that our budget was hit by, being is that we were going to get this money. So I'm just curious as to what we anticipate a position like this could bring in, and I guess why wouldn't it have been included, being is that we've seen that information in the past. At least I didn't see it, so if I missed it, I apologize.
Your worship, through to Councillor Macon, I do believe that it is in the budget document of anticipated revenue of $60,000, between $40,000 to $60,000 per year is a conservative estimate of what we're assigning to that position. So $60,000 is, yeah.
Do you know what we handed out in the line of commercial vehicle tickets this year?
I do. Give me 1 second.
Those ones are expensive.
So, your worship, through to Councillor Macon. So when I prepared a report halfway through 2024, our commercial vehicle enforcement had issued 180 tickets. That totaled a gross revenue of $178,000 in revenue. And by the time that the province takes off their share of it, it was around $70,000 that was done. The year prior, we issued 212 and with $110,000, and so it was around 45,000 because the officer was only there part of that year. So we've done a really good look at analyzing what is being issued and then trying to be conservative in what we put into the revenue projection.
Yeah, because I would think that we can conservatively say we could make about half that cost, but the reality is probably more. Not that we want to bank on that, but.
That's correct. Some of the fines that have been issued recently can be, some of them have been $40,000 for one fine. So that goes through into the court systems, and then it's beyond our control as to what happens in the courts. But some of those fines are very hefty. Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Blizzard.
Hello.
Oops,
Well,
sorry. I got Councillor Batoye, can you put yours back on? I hit two of them. Thank you. Go ahead.
okay. Thanks for all the information. I have a question also on the commercial vehicle enforcement. So we approved an extra person, I don't know when it was, it said in there for last year anyways, in the 2023, and the total tickets were quite a bit higher on page 9-6 than in year-to-date 2024. Was that year-to-date just early in the year, or was that new MES busy doing other things because things came up? Because it looks like it's lower than the year before.
Yeah, this was actually done in about May, so that's
that
why
would
it's quite a bit
explain it.
lower.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And one more question. So for the kennel fee, will that cover, and I guess that you're not going to cover all of it, but maybe a chunk of the cost? It's hard to maybe figure out everything, somebody sitting there and all that, but I think that one we should have a good chunk of cost recovery. They let their pet out or escaped, and if it's sitting there and we don't have a phone number, it's on them. And is that, it doesn't sound like it's high, $60 or $58 a day.
Your worship, through to Councillor Blizzard, we did do a cost analysis of what it costs for the food that we provide and the kennel fee, the officer's time towards letting that animal out on an average stay. So we do feel that the cost of it is covering some of those direct costs.
Okay.
Yes.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Batoye.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Reyna. Councillor Blizzard asked a few of my questions already, but just coming back to commercial vehicle inspections, how often do we do those in a year?
Through your worship to Councillor Batoye, it's throughout the entire year. There'll be more of a focus in the spring, summer, fall months, as it does require being outside, roadside, underneath the vehicle. So in your winter months, we tend to lower the number of inspections that take place. Anyone with that certification is required to do a minimum of 32 per year to keep that certification. We try and coordinate traffic ops with joint operations with surrounding municipalities, EPS, other agencies to come in and bolster the amount of commercial vehicle enforcement that we are doing. So it is quite a bit. It is throughout the year entirety, just with more of a focus spring, summer, fall.
Okay, so just a follow-up. You had mentioned that there was 40 inspections that were done. Was it like a blitz, or was that like over a certain period of time?
Your worship, through to Councillor Batoye, that was one traffic operation that was conducted this fall, and that's the one that Sergeant Sharp is referring to, where we had multiple agencies come together. So that was in one day, 40 inspections were done. There will be a video coming out shortly about the results of that we'll be releasing on social media.
Yeah, no, that's really concerning. If 50% failed, then that's a huge concern, and definitely supports getting some resources there. My second question is regarding your fees. You haven't increased any of your fees. What is the justification for that?
Your worship, through to Councillor Batoye, we did after a review, so we have very few fees now. So we did, after we've done our review, our annual review, and we decided that we would leave them the same. We did increase fees by inflationary last year. This year we chose not to do that because after all of our full review, according to our policy and our comparators, we're sitting right with our charge what we've currently got.
It's okay to be higher.
Yeah.
Councillor Nguyen.
Yeah, just first comment on the ATE flag. I didn't hear the option of smoothing out to phase the loss of revenue over multiple years. I don't know if that's something that was intended to be included in that report if it comes, or when it comes back to council for discussion, but.
Do you wish to put the flag on?
Oh, is the flag not on?
No.
Oh, you didn't flag it?
No. I mentioned it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mentioned it, but I said anybody can flag it.
Well,
so
I'll
you
put
can
my
flag
name on that flag. Thank you. I like to get in the minutes.
Yours.
Sorry, I thought that was flagged already. So I think, Janelle, you mentioned some good comments. I think you knew this flag was coming, but if we could just add a few different options, I think you know where my head's at with that. I discussed it with Troy already. Okay. We have to accept the flag.
Does anybody have any objections to the flag? Okay, looks like we're good on the flag for that one. Go. Okay, you still have the floor.
Okay, thanks. So yeah, I 100% agree with adding a commercial enforcement officer. Obviously, we're going to be seeing increased industrial growth. It looks like we're way ahead of our comparators. I'm pretty surprised when I saw Leduc, for example, or Spruce Grove out near Atchison didn't have dedicated commercial vehicle enforcement officers. My question is that have we considered introducing this position for maybe 4 or 5 years when we're going to see this accelerated industry growth, and then make a reassessment of traffic at that point of time, instead of doing it as an ongoing position right now with the other policing requirements that we're looking at?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Nguyen, I haven't considered that. What I'm looking at is with the reduction of automated traffic enforcement that we will be allowed to conduct. It removes a tool off of the road of controlling speeds on the highways. And so going forward, we will require uniformed officers to complete not only commercial vehicle enforcement, but traffic enforcement of all sorts. So through our traffic bylaw, the Traffic Safety Act, an officer can do traffic enforcement throughout the whole city. So that the thought is that it would be ongoing, because we will no longer have the opportunity to use intersection safety device cameras on the highways. So as I've mentioned, the changes that the province is making is that we can no longer conduct speed on green enforcement or have any intersection safety device cameras on the numbered highways. That is the information that we have today. And so that's what the request is putting that officer in place to replace that.
That makes utmost sense, and I guess it hasn't been approved yet by the province, and if anything changes, or when it changes in a future government, that's when we can reassess it, and that's probably the long-term plan then. Okay, thank you. I had a couple questions on Kat's small questions.
I'll come back to you.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. Your protective services programs chart, animal control is FTEs of 2.09. I know in your most recent report, and I forget, you indicated if we do away with the licensing requirements that number would drop. So without a licensing requirement, what would the FTE number then be?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly, through the programs that we manage, the FTE numbers do not drop. It is the workload will be shifted to other aspects of the animal control bylaw. So it's not like we won't be getting rid of officers because we're not going to be issuing animal licenses. That was not something that has been considered.
Okay, then I need to understand. First of all, back to your recent report. You said there would be how many FTEs does it take to issue and monitor the licensing program?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly, I think I recall through my report, we said that there was $54,000 in resources, so staff time and non-personnel costs that were associated to the animal licensing project specifically. We would not be reducing that from the budget. We are reallocating that time and those resources within the budget.
Well, when I heard you say reallocate, I imagined that it would be reallocate to traffic or something like that. So without the licensing program, what under animal control will take another half FTE or more?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly. So how we come to the 2.9 FTEs is that all of the CPOs have a certain percentage of time allocated to that program through the PBB budget program. And so each officer, we have 9 officers and they are allocated there. We have administrative staff allocated to the animal control program as well. Sergeant Sharp and myself have time from our FTE allocated to the program as well. So that's what makes up the 2.09 FTEs.
Okay.
When we talk about not having animal licensing any longer, then our CPOs will still be doing their work out in the community and they will be able to focus on higher level enforcement of the animal control bylaw and issuing violations for those higher level contraventions of that responsible pet ownership bylaw. So they're still going to be focused on animal control. They're just not going to have to issue licenses any longer and focus on that type of enforcement.
Okay, back to the 2.09. If I understood you correctly, that number comes from the budgeting module that says each officer has 0.08 or something like that of their time allotted to animal enforcement. Is that correct?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly, yes, that's correct.
Okay, now, I understand that's what the budget document says. What do the timesheets say? What time, how much time does an officer actually spend on animal control in a day or a month or a year? Because I'm struggling to believe that it's 2 full people all year long with what we've been doing.
Just give me 1 second here and I can try to give you some statistics that could help you. So Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly, we have for animal control, 731 files for the year of 2023. So we may get 1 to 2 files per day that are focused on animal control, and so that time is allotted and it's split. So when we first took over, we used to have a contracted service for animal control, and we took that over and we did add 1 FTE into the budget, into municipal enforcement for animal control. However, now that we've shifted and we have all of our officers can respond to those types of calls, so it can ebb and flow throughout the day as far as what that workload looks like.
So, again, without the licensing requirement built in, we've got an allocation of 2 FTEs to handle somewhere around 750 files per annum, or roughly 1 file per day. I understand not it was 1.4 because nobody works 7 days a week. So let's make it 1.4. 1.4 files per day. That seems like a lot of time per file.
So, through your worship, if I could jump in here, what I would suggest is that we take away as an information request what makes up the animal control program. That way we can provide to council in writing some more details about what is behind that program.
That makes sense. Thank you. I appreciate that. You bet.
Okay, thank you. Councillor, we'll take that as an I'll bring you on to round 3. Councillor Batoye.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Reyna. You made a statement about your department covering 100% of your direct costs. Am I correct?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Abatoye, that's correct.
Okay. So I'm just trying to understand because when I look at your budget on 22-15, your revenue is just about 10% of your costs. So what is included in your direct costs and what are the other things? Because it seems like there's almost 90% of the other costs that's not covered under your revenue.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Abatoye, can you clarify your question around which fee are you looking at?
So I'm going off of the comments you made. You said that 100% of your direct costs are covered under your department. So I assumed you're referring to everything.
No, I
Okay,
wasn't.
so maybe repeat what you said then.
We were talking about fees and charges at that time, and you asked a question regarding the kenneling fee, I believe, and that's what I was answering. So regarding that specific fee that we charge for kenneling,
Okay.
we cover 100% of the direct costs of the officer time, the food, and what we use to have that animal housed within for a temporary stay within the kennel.
Okay.
So no, that's not what I was referring to as
Wonderful.
my total revenue.
Well, I
no,
appreciate
sorry.
I appreciate you clarifying that, and that was my question. My second question is just at the end of your budget request for the officer. It talks about having 2 peace officers, and are we anticipating another budget request for peace officer in the next couple years?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Abatoya. So with the addition of this community peace officer for traffic safety, that means that we currently already have one.
Okay.
So that would mean that we would have 2 dedicated towards that. I believe in our budget plan, we do have another general duty CPO slated in for 2027, I believe, just to keep up with growth of the community.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'm next in the speaking, and I touched on this. Thank you for putting the one flag on. So my question is, so we've already agreed to a 2025 adding 1 officer, and after the presentation that we had with the information saying that we don't have 34 boots on the ground all the time and we only budget for so much, what would it take for council to say that they want to add an additional officer, request an additional RCMP officer? So would that be through a flag, a notice of motion? Would that be, I guess I'm looking for, would it be a budget item as far as you say you're only budgeting so many dollars because you're already short?
Your Worship, if I can just clarify a bit about the budgeting strategy. So the staffing strategy for the RCMP contract is to have 34 RCMP members. Those are our established positions. We know that vacancies are a trend within policing and within the RCMP with hard and soft vacancies. So the budget strategy is just to take the established positions and minus the vacancy trend that we are seeing through our history and what we are anticipating it would be. So the budget strategy is to budget at around 29 FTE, but our staffing strategy is for 34. So adding another officer to that, then we would have an established position of 35 officers, and then we could adjust that budget accordingly if we were increasing it. So there's 2 different ways of looking at it. And then I don't know of the process if it's a notice of motion to add another member.
I'll look, Sandy.
Thank you. Through to your worship. That would probably work best as a notice of motion because it would require making an amendment to our current police services agreement. And there is a provision in the agreement that would allow that, but we would need direction from council, so we could prepare a notice of motion for you if that's acceptable.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I think it was Councillor Kelly was first, and I had left you on there. You're good? Okay, so Councillor Kelly.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to flag the 260018, the community peace officer. I do think we need to have more information on it. And also I think, or it's possible at least, that we might find that there could be a reallocation out of the animal enforcement program and that FTE could be allocated somewhere else. So pending information on the animal enforcement, I suggest we flag so that we don't lose sight of the extra peace officer request.
Okay, I'm going to ask if there's consensus. I'm seeing no, there isn't, so we'll take a motion.
Okay, I make that motion.
Just give her a second.
My apologies, Your Worship. I just wanted to remind Council that we do have the Community Peace Officer traffic commercial flagged for discussion on opportunities for financial smoothing.
Can you speak closer?
Oh, I'm so sorry. We do currently have a flag on the Community Peace Officer traffic commercial vehicle enforcement. That was flagged earlier for discussion on opportunities for financial smoothing. Now, I apologize, Councillor Kelly. I missed some of the detail of why you wanted to flag it. Is this an addition?
I think we're talking different things.
Okay.
My understanding of the smoothing was for the automated enforcement.
That's correct.
Correct?
That's correct. That's just for the smoothing the funding.
Okay, my apologies. That was my misunderstanding.
No problem. So mine relates specifically to the whatever 0018, I think. Okay.
Okay, so it's the motion. Oh, go ahead, Councillor Abatoye. You have a question on that one?
Yes, I have a question for Councillor Kelly. Is your intention for this to take it off the budget and to replace it with the animal controls budgets?
My intention is to, first of all, let's rationalize the animal control program because it's possible. I'm not saying it will, but it's possible that some FTE or a part of an FTE could come off of that program and be reallocated. Because based on the information that we've been given today, I don't think the animal control program is worth 2 full FTEs. Now, in fact, it might be when we get to more information, but until such time, we don't know. So I just want to flag this so that when we get the information on the control program, we can relay it and translate it and decide whether or not we want to make a transfer of that FTE.
Okay.
Okay, so there's a motion for recommendation to flag it. Please cast your vote. Motion is carried 5-2, so it'll just be flagged. Do you have anything else, Councillor Kelly?
Yeah, I do, and this is just a soft comment. Let me get back to the information. Maybe I'm unique, but when I think of enforcement, municipal enforcement, I have a mental image that that's slightly, and probably not slightly, is distinct from the RCMP contract. And I'd just like to ask that administration for next year give some thought to breaking the programs we manage table into 2 parts. The RCMP in one and everybody else in another. And then having said that, when I looked at the total FTE of 30, that seems awfully light given that that's total combined RCMP plus municipal staff.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Kelly, last year you had asked, and we provided down at the bottom of each of the programs under the notes the number of FTEs that are from the RCMP. So we did separate that out this year. The 30 FTEs is strictly within the Protective Services municipal staff. It doesn't include RCMP officers. But if you, an example would be the general duty. If you go to the general duty response to calls program, there are 25 FTE assigned to there from the RCMP contract. So we did separate that out this year.
Tell me again, where did you put it?
If you look to note number 6, general duty response to calls, it shows there that 25 FTE are of the RCMP contract are assigned there. And then at note number 7, specialized RCMP units, we have another 8 FTE assigned there through the contract. So we did split out the FTEs.
The total cost of $10,696,000 or net cost of $9,489. Does that include or not include the RCMP budget?
That includes the RCMP budget.
So if those numbers include the RCMP, if the costs include the RCMP, why wouldn't the FTEs also include the RCMP?
it's just how the budgeting program is designed. Their FTEs are not assigned to our personnel costs.
They're not an FTE to the city. They're just a contracted service. So what you're seeing there is just city staff in the FTE column.
But if it's a contracted cost, then it flows into non-personnel costs?
That's correct.
Which is fine, but we also, every time we talk about RCMP, we talk about boots on the ground, which in my mind is personnel.
But we don't.
You get the conundrum. Give it some thought. And I'll read the notes closer next year. Thank you.
Through the Mayor to Councillor Kelly, in regards to just another way to think of it is the 30.02 FTEs. In this, we have direct control and authority over those staff. The 33 or 34 RCMP officers, we do not direct those staff ourselves. Inspector directs those staff, so there's that authority separation.
Go ahead, Councillor Kelly.
And I think I suggested at the beginning of this that it would be nice if we could maybe break that chart out into two tables, RCMP and other. The commissioner gives us an update on where they spend their time. And I don't know why that couldn't form a part of this budget, just as a report to the council yet again on where the RCMP allocates their time. Because the 12 FTEs that are noted there don't spend $4.7 million in non-personnel costs. You follow me? So that the table confuses apples and oranges, I think, and I'll leave it at that. I know you get the gist of it.
Okay. Good. Thank you very much. We'll finish with you. Next one, Fire Services. Fire Chief Todd Martins.
Okay. Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Todd Martins, Fire Chief, and here today with me is Deputy Fire Chief Andrew Buchanan. And we are here today to present the Fire Services budget for 2025. Please refer to your budget binder. It's 10-1 of your budget binder. The Fire Department delivers timely and quality services comprised of 8 programs. An example of these programs are medical first response, fire suppression, and training and certification. A full list of these programs can be found on page 10-3 of your budget document. Our current call volume in Q3, calls for service, is 1,148, which is up from last year of 912 across our programs. We are expected to reach about 1,300 calls for service in 2024. We have a total of 32.7 allocated through the PBB programming, which is a mix of unionized IFF and QP permanent full-time and casual staff. On shift, we have 24 firefighters, as well as 23 casuals. We also have 1 clerk, fire prevention officer, and 2 deputy fire chiefs who manage operations, training, and emergency management. In 2025, Council will notice a few changes in the program's revenues, but overall budget adjustments and recommendations are aimed to keep up with inflation and community growth and the services we provide. So again, we provide 8 programs that we manage, and 2 areas that I'll highlight for Council can be found on page 10-3 of your budget binder. Council will see an increase in our training line budgets across all of our programs. Council will also see general increases for inflation, wages, and benefits. And the other increase Council will see is across equipment for regular equipment for fire services and medical equipment with the rest of the programs. Another change Council will notice is a reduction in 2025 in the fees and charges will be through our the removal of our motor vehicle collisions and structure fire invoicing for that fees and charge, as well as the decrease of $20,000 through our current aerial agreement with Sturgeon County. This is due to the end of the contract as they have purchased their own aerial for their area, which is for the north side of the river. Currently, I don't have any changes to the level of service. We continue to run 6 staff on shift 24/7. We have 2 fire trucks based out of the Walter Thomas Station, and we run 3 staff on each of those trucks. A few key initiatives Council will see for 2025 will be the fire station scoping study and design. Collective bargaining has started with the IFFF, the SCBA replacement and capital, as well as emergency management training and a tabletop exercise scheduled in March. For our fees and charges, they can be found on page 10-5 of the budget binder. Fire service reviews its fees and charges annually, and we adjust accordingly based on our policy. We undertook review and adjusted from cost recovery. We looked at inflation, some of our comparators, existing markets, feedback from our staff, as well as some public engagement. Again, this was through the fees and charges procedures through the fire services. Some of these fees and charges are permits through fire inspections, occupancy loads, construction fire safety plans, which is a majority of our revenue, as well as fire alarms, again, to just name a few. Council will see the removal through the fees and charges of the motor vehicle collision and the structure fire invoicing within the municipality, as well as Council will also see the reduction of the dangerous goods permit in there as well of $23. And this was based on, again, the comparators that we looked at, our policy, and the fact that we have a new bylaw out, and some of the feedback we received from our stakeholder engagement. We were already quite high on that, so when we looked at that, that's why we reduced that down to $23. Again, we did this to align with our fees and charges procedures. So, and with that, I'll take any questions.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Abatoye, you're first.
Thank you, Chief Martins. So my question is about the transportation of dangerous goods permits that you've reduced. So how much higher are we, and who exactly are our comparators that we're using here?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Abatoye. So we don't have a lot of I guess fines for the dangerous goods. In previous years, it wasn't a high number. However, when we did look at some of the comparators in the capital region, as well as when we did the stakeholder engagement through the bylaw, we looked at the cost, and basically we were, again, that $23 higher than a lot of our comparators.
$23 higher?
Yes. And so reducing it by the 23, we're still at the top end of a lot of our other comparators in the capital region.
Okay. So how many permits are we getting every, just give me an estimate.
Your Worship, through to Councillor Abatoye, off the top of my head, I think last year we did 6.
Only 6?
6. That's why this year, once the bylaw is signed by the minister, we'll be looking at that public education campaign and going out through the deputy chief with emergency management to really get this back out there, because it's been a couple years since it's been in the eyes of our stakeholders.
Just one small follow-up question. So do you think that because the fees are a little higher, they will go another route to get to where they're going?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Abatoye. So that was some of the thinking that went into with the reduction. Was we thought that because they were quite a bit higher than our comparators, that this would help us engage a little more to base through the next year and where we should be, and this is why we reduced it, to see if we can get more buy-in for actually coming in and getting a permit.
Actually, I think I'm going to flag this fee because honestly, I think our municipality is a bit unique in that, we're an industrial town and we have a lot of, well, I'm going to take back a lot of, because you said just 6 last year. I was expecting like a lot more than 6. I'm just going to flag this to hear what all the other council members think. I don't think it's something that should be reduced. I think it's something that we should keep because $20 is not that much, and I don't think that $20 is enough for people to look for other routes to get their dangerous goods through our communities. So I'm going to flag it.
Okay, she's asking for a flag. Objections? Okay, that's okay to flag it. Okay, you're good then. Councillor Kelly?
I think maybe everything I needed to ask is just being asked. I just want to beat up a little bit the 6 permits issued in the year. So when a permit is issued, is that for a one-time haul through or permits issued for an annual basis or a monthly basis? How does it work?
Your worship, through Councillor Kelly, that's an annual permit.
Okay.
And then when it comes time, again, we send an email to our 6 that we have saying you need to renew, and they renew.
Have you ever, get up on the user fees thing a little bit, only because you brought it up. Have you ever talked to anybody where you wanted to increase the fee and they said, please do?
Your worship, through to Councillor Kelly, no.
Thank you. And $22 for an annual permit is chicken fluff. It is approximately, it's less than 4 gallons of diesel fuel. So if you're a trucking company, that's chicken fluff. I happen to agree strongly with the comment that was made that we're an industrial community. I'm surprised that we only issue 6 of those permits per year, given what I know about the plants in the area. Yeah, I'm glad it's flagged. And if there's anything else that you think we should be aware of when we talk about this, consider this is also an information request, Fire Chief. Anything would help. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Macon.
Thank you. Hello, Chief Martins. May I ask a question on the hose replacement that's referenced in there? Okay. I'm just curious on that hose replacement. So the information that was provided on it indicates that it's past the 10-year recommended life cycle replacement. And I'm just curious as to why it's passed. If we have that life cycle replacement, why wasn't it done on the normal course?
Your worship, through to Councillor Macon. So we test our hose annually. So all the hose in the station is tested to that standard. And then we look at it, and if we can repair it, we try to do that. If we can't, then we take it out of service, and it's basically we cut it up essentially. So this year it just happened to be that we had the 15 that were right around that 10-year mark, and they flagged them for replacement. That's really it.
Okay, so when we're saying they're past replacement, it doesn't mean that they've been failing for a few years. They were good up until they weren't.
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you for that.
You bet.
Okay, thank you. I'm the last one here. So, after this many years, no staffing requests? Does that mean you finally reached your optimal level of staffing?
Your worship, I am currently reviewing the staffing as well as with the station scope study with our casuals and overtime to come back to council in 2025.
Okay, thank you. So that is all the questions for you. So you're good? Is everybody good, or do they need a 5-minute? Okay, so it's 2:40, 2:50, 3 o'clock. We'll recess till 3 o'clock.
It's just
I prefer not to. put flags on it?
Well,
Because then I have to give up the chair.
It seemed like a flag is what,
Well,
and
I
forgot
suggested,
that you couldn't.
suggested.
Yeah.
And I said anybody could put it on because if they tie my name to it, then I have to give up the chair,
Right,
and
it's
then
just
we're
more
going.
time. We're going like
Well,
it's useless. Yeah.
Well,
but
because
that was something I asked like a month ago about flag, and then Troy said, "Oh, flag it during that presentation."
yeah, I know, but for me to flag it, and then I have to speak to
Yeah,
it.
just
Pardon?
then
Well,
she has to give
because
up the chair to,
then I remember when you and I were going back and forth with the chair. That's why.
Yeah, no, I was happy to do that. It's funny because we all thought it was flag.
Well, Okay, everybody's in their places, so we'll get started. So, Family and Community Support Services.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Jennifer Hoyer. I'm the Director of Family and Community Support Services. I'm here to present an overview of the proposed 2025 budget for Family and Community Support Services, also known as FCSS. Please refer to Section 11 of your budget document. FCSS is fortunate to operate under an agreement between the municipality and the province. Through this agreement, the department provides preventative social services within the city of Fort Saskatchewan. FCSS has approximately 10 full-time positions that offer programming that meets the most immediate needs of our residents by making it a priority to understand and respond to local social needs and gaps in services. The department fosters collaboration with social agencies and plays an active role in the community, providing access to primary prevention services. The Family and Community Support Services Department has 12 priority-based programs. A few of these programs include community development, youth and senior support programs, and diversity and inclusion. Through these programs, it is our honor to be with residents through some of their most challenging times and to witness the lighter times as well. 2024 brought many highlights for FCSS. To name a few, FCSS partnered with industry and business to bring the first local diversity and inclusion conference, worked with community to hear from boards and committees and introduce professional development for them, and proudly hosted residents across demographics in 115 community information and education sessions. An additional program overseen by FCSS is grants to organizations. I will be bringing information on that program later in the agenda. The 2025 FCSS budget reflects a continuation of current service levels. FCSS revenue includes the annual provincial grant, as well as fees for home support and the community garden. In 2024, FCSS began working with a new provider for counseling services, resulting in enhanced service with no additional expenses. In 2025, FCSS will continue to build capacity in the social sector through leadership development, peer support, and leading initiatives like the poverty reduction strategy. Creating connection amongst residents will continue to guide the work of FCSS, as we know that a welcoming and active community is built through connection. Family and Community Support Services is responsible to set fees and charges for home support and community garden services. The change in contractor for counseling services has resulted in the vendor collecting fees and the city paying an invoice for service, therefore no longer collecting counseling fees. FCSS user fees and charges are reviewed every 3 years. Due to the type of customers we support, we do not want to increase fees annually, as those who require services often have incomes that are static. The next revision is scheduled for 2026. Thank you for your time to talk about FCSS, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. I will open it up for questions. Councillor Abatoye.
Thank you very much. You answered my first question about the home support services, so I'm just going to skip that. So the rental garden box, you're not increasing fees for that as well. And I'm wondering what kind of services go into maintaining that program. And my second question, is how much staff time go into maintaining that program?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, yeah, we are not currently increasing any fees, so that does include community gardens. The staff time is, we don't. It's certain times of the year. We open up in May and we close it down in September. So there's some administration time that goes into that for FCSS. Some of the costs that are associated with that program are through parks.
Okay.
And so they're not FCSS costs.
Okay. So not a lot of requirement then from your departments for that program?
No. That's right.
So why aren't you increasing that fee? Because I understand the home support services, right, because of the income aspect, but why aren't you increasing this one?
Through your worship to Councillor Abatoye, that's certainly something that if council feels we should be, we could be looking at. However, the fact that we are getting folks out gardening and enjoying each other and connecting through the community garden, we're just looking at that small administration fee for that.
It's enough joy to fill your hearts. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly.
Thank you. It's a question on your programs we service, or that we do, but it's a general question. So I just thought of it as you were talking. In this particular one, under the adjustments, bullet 6 is a cost reallocation from counseling services in $15,284. And my question is, who drives that reallocation? Is that you as the manager, or is that these people over here as the accountants?
Through your worship to Councillor Kelly, when we look at our budgets each year and look at how we're spending our time and what we might not need to be doing anymore or what we need to be doing more of, that's a conversation between each department and financial services, but it is brought up by the department.
It's initiated by yourself, and I'm very comfortable with that. That makes sense. That's consistent with all the other departments and the reallocations as well?
Yes, it is. That's correct.
Thank you.
So you're the winner for the day for 4 minutes. And council has indicated they've had enough for today. And I've talked to Ms. Smith-Duguid, and she's indicated that we can cover the rest of the next part on day 2, so we should be good. So with that, we will adjourn for today, and you get an hour back. Oh, Ms. Sandy is going to give a recap on the flagged items. Sorry.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just to make sure we've captured them all. So for flagged items, we have the roads growth plan. This is flagged for further discussion on the LGFF allocation for road and neighborhood rehabilitation in 2025. Next, we have user fees and charges scheduled for planning and development services. And this is for further discussion on the determination of fees and charges in consideration of the city's policy. Then we have the aquatics operation expansion. That was flagged for further discussion on options for the financial smoothing strategy, as well as more information on the past financial smoothing strategy. That was the question that you raised, Mayor. Next is truth and reconciliation, flagged for further discussion on the source of funding and any possible grants that the city might leverage. Then it's ATE smoothing, flagged for further discussion on opportunities for financial smoothing. Community peace officer, traffic/commercial vehicle enforcement, that was flagged for further information and discussion. And then we had fee for fire services, transportation of dangerous goods route permit, flagged for further discussion. And then we have a number of information requests. One is an overview of personnel for the last 5 years, similar to slide 8 included in the CFO's budget overview. One is for information on annual growth revenue and expenditures for the last 5 years or from 2018 if possible. The next one is for an overview of the growth increase for the types of roads between 2022 and 2024, along with the corresponding staff growth. The next is for the rationale for the city's approach to interdepartment transfers to show the total cost of programs. This one was noted it could come after the budget. And then we have a request for more detailed breakdown on the revenues and expenses related to lifestyle replacement facility program. Then we have information on a breakdown for commercial, industrial, and home business licenses over the last 5 years. Next, we have information on the rationale for the city's business license fees and the city's comparison on these fees with other municipalities. Getting there. Then we have information on a detailed breakdown for costs associated with the Theatre and Performing Arts Center rental, as well as the Theatre and Performing Arts Center series. And then finally, we have a request for information on what makes up the FTE count at 2.09 for animal control program.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kelly, you have a question?
Yes, thank you. When we were talking earlier on the employee or the FTE count, I think you said 5 years. My request is, if readily available, to go back starting with 2018, if readily available.
Yeah, I captured that. Thank you,
thank you.
Councillor Kelly.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. All right. That will do it. So with that, we do stand adjourned at 3:08. Thank you.